Hello, everybody, and welcome to qualifier number 3 of the Season 21 tournament. This is the third qualifier. The first two have already passed last week. I'm your host, Ink, and joining me is Pierce, and making his commentary debut for Arcanist tournaments, Wise Old Man. How are you guys doing tonight?
Yo, it's gonna be another amazing night, Inc. We've got quite the roster lined up. I'm gonna drop the link for the bracket in the chat for those of you who are watching tonight. First of all, I'm really honored to be joined by Wise Old Man, who had a spectacular performance in the round 2 qualifier that happened earlier on in the week. How you doing tonight?
Thank you. It's definitely going to be really interesting. We have a long bracket today, so hold your pens together and please join us in this beautiful game.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good time. I've been looking through the bracket. We've got some killers in here, and it's gonna be a fun night of matches, or at least it's nighttime for me. It's 10 o'clock here on the East Coast, but wherever you're from, thank you so much for participating, joining us in this game, and joining us in these matches. I hope you guys are ready to have a good time like us. As I mentioned, a lot of heat is happening. We were looking over the bracket, trying to decide where to start, and we pretty much landed on the first game to be cast, most likely going to be Scoops versus Machine. Wom, what can you tell me about these players?
Well, Machine is a really experienced... Well, both of them are really experienced players. Scoops has been way more active than Machine lately, that's for sure. So Machine, I think he'll have to kind of like reach out to his old player. I haven't seen Machine play that much, but Scoops has been at top of his game constantly. So that might be a trouble that Machine runs to. But Machine's always a good and OG player, so Scoops can definitely not... It's not going to be easy for him.
Yeah, definitely not a walk in the park. There's a good reason we're going to start there. I'm sure they're going to give us a very competitive match and something really interesting to check out. And another interesting thing to think about, wow, is the fact that this is Heat 3, which means at this point, we had the new player tournament. We had Heat 1, we had Heat 2. So everybody is really prepared to play 30 Oceans now. Nobody is going to be surprised about what looks strong on the map. Nobody is going to get sticker shocked by clams coming out the sky. It's going to be a lot of really research play, really seasons play. A lot of people have practiced on the map, studied the map. So I'm really interested to see which strategies from before stick, and if anybody has come up with some secret sauce or has emergent new strategies. Obviously you played in the qualifier earlier on in Heat 2, and what would you say was your strategy going in, and how do you think people are going to adapt to that?
Well, basically, if you look at the Armageddon, that's one of the things that we were commenting on the lobby. The Armageddon in this map, it's so picky. It's like the Skyray,
Yeah.
It's so random and picky, and it can really screw your whole entire game, So my strategy was thinking about finishing the game before the Armageddon gets too much power over my game,
Right.
If I'm gonna lose the game, it's gonna be me and not the Armageddon,
I respect that. Control your own destiny. Master of your own fate and your opponent's fate. Put them in the dirt.
And commentating by the thing that you said, I've seen a lot of players constantly practicing this map, so it's definitely gonna show in this third date, especially the ones that have played the other dates before, how they improvement over the past weeks of practicing,
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely going to be a couple of players. I mean, we saw Oa playing last week. He's in this qualifier as well, and he's going to have a lot of experience on the map, as well as many of the other players who are just practicing it in just regular queue, regular rated matches and stuff like that. It's been a pretty popular map due to the tournament as well. In addition to these players, as I just mentioned, we have Oa returning to give it another shot, Union returning to give it another shot, and a whole bunch of fan favorites. Pukuchi also joining us here. Finn also in the tournament. Looking forward to seeing how these new players square up now with a little bit more tournament experience and a little bit more ladder experience under their belt to see how these heavy hitters are evolving. Same with Wong Tongs, I also see in the bracket. Solus, who did such a great job running the tournament last week, has also entered the bracket, so we're going to see how he can square up also in the Ocean. A lot of really, really fun matches going on. It looks like, however, the match that we're getting ready to cast, the first match, is about to be underway any second now. Go ahead, let all your friends know that we're going live with the first game moments from now. Scoops versus Machine. Well, who do you got? You said you have Scoops for this one. Do you think Scoops is going to play something more aggressive or more control oriented?
No, I think definitely Scoop's gonna rush it.
Okay.
I've seen Scoops recently try new books, especially on LTS and solo queuing. He has been experimenting some books, but I know that the force of Scoops is to rush and to end the game as fast as he can. But Machine is also a rusher, a 59 turn rusher, so it might be interesting,
Yeah, definitely gonna see it. I know a lot of people, they don't really like the coin flipping nature of rush versus rush, because then it ends up one player having to use underwhelming tools defensively. But I think that this particular ocean map gives some interesting options that you don't necessarily get to see on Grassy, which is more popular in regular solo queue. So I'm really, really interested to see how those players are going to turn it up and square up there. It's going to be a good time. And I'm definitely also interested to see how the different players evolve in the strategies as the tournament continues to grow on, because as we saw in the previous games, some strategies become more emergent as the tournament develops. I mean, we saw in the beginner tournament that a rush strategy with Shock Shield became really, really popular. And then in, I missed most of the games of Heat 1. I did go back and watch only a couple of replays, but I can't really say how it emerged. But I could say in Heat 2, we had a couple of rushing strategies. Gargoyle, Summon Gargoyles was a surprisingly popular spell. I don't think you were taking it, but it was a very, very popular spell that started emerging. Shoutouts to Cryo, who, as far as I can tell, started popularizing this spell in solo queue, and then it started to gain some traction during the tournament. What other spells do you think are going to be a little sleeper in terms of, making a standout appearance in the tournament?
It just comes to, it all comes down to the style of the player, The Gargoyles were a really nice add-up to the map, of a type of controller minion type, but that's because of the player that used Gargoyles, We even have a look at Q that put Gargoyles just to kind of counter his opponent as well, in some games. So it all comes down to the player, most likely to the minion that they use,
Yeah, definitely. And it's so fun. We're taking a look at the lobby right now, seeing all the orange lobbies start lighting up. Asked to join in full as players are loading into their matches. We see Scoops and Machine are just finalizing things, getting ready to hop in. Union Tapper waiting on his opponent. Sir Semperfi waiting on his opponent. Day waiting on their opponent. So quite a lot of people just waiting for their opponents to show up, but the brackets have been released once again. You can go and check those brackets out. There is a link in the chat. I'll go ahead and link it one more time just in case you guys are unfamiliar with all the matchups that you're going to be able to watch coming up in the tournament. But
by the way,
yeah, what's
guys, you can make a prediction on the Arcanist bracket. It's available now. If you guys want to play a little game and have your prediction, you can make it in Arcanist bracket.
Do you mean on Challenge on the bracket website? Yeah,
Correct.
I see there's a created prediction button.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, predictions will close very shortly, so get them in if you want to make your fantasy bracket.
That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun. Who do you got to win? Who's your top two? Who's your top two in the bracket wall?
My top two, well, there's a lot of good players, though. I mean, it's kind of hard.
It's a little hard. I agree, but
yeah,
I
can't. I will have to choose
mega boulder to your head. Who you got?
I can't. I will have to choose 5 players. I just can't.
Okay, give me your top 5.
Well, my top 5, everyone knows them. So Dai, or I will say Machine, but Machine's is running with Scoops. So just one of them will advance.
Yeah.
Union Taper, of course.
Yeah. And now, if I recall correctly, I think last heat, did Union fall to Oa? I think Union and Oa played in the last heat, and Union fell to Oa, if I recall correctly.
Yes, correct.
but then Oa fell to I think it was Shorshu.
Sure,
So,
correct.
so both of them are going to be
Um,
trying again. What's up, Ink?
Scoops and Machine are in.
Here we
Game
go.
one.
Let's get a game, baby. Let's get a game.
To recap, Scoops spawned inside terrain. Although he got turn 1, and of course turn 1's great with rush books, spawning inside terrain can't really do too much, right? So, a bit unfortunate of a spawn for him, but we'll see how he follows up.
All right. We do see already the Sanctuary come down from Machine. Come down from Scoops to start off his match. Countered by Far Side, Flight, and a Protection Shield. That's going to give the mobility necessary for Machine to set up some aggressive gameplay. And now it's just a matter of development into waiting for an opportunity. Summon Boar, a great development tool. Talk to me. How do you feel about Summon Boar?
It's definitely weird to see Scoops playing so chilled. Well, he is against Machine, you know. Machine is a pretty known player of Staller, you know. So I don't know what Scoops gonna go for here. I think he's just playing defensive to like see what's going to happen, you know, like kind of like trying, you know.
Yeah. Machine thinking, just dash dancing around the sky, burning his clock down. 2 seconds later, he drops a dwarf on the map. Now, it's a bit too early to proc a herd mentality. The two boards will overlap on each other a bit too much. But Scoops is just sitting here in a tower.
Yeah, Scoops not in a great position because he cannot protect himself because he's on the sanctuary.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's gonna do in his turn. But Machine cannot as well use Protect Shield because now he knows Scoops has Sanctuary, you know?
That's true, but for the time being, okay, Bird and Javelin, but not a correct aim. And he's not going to be able to pick that one up. That's going to give a solid amount of tempo over to Machine. But is he going to be able to convert it into anything meaningful with this dwarf? There's a lot of new players who maybe don't have that much experience with a dwarf. Wow, look at this micro.
Just look at the micro, yeah, it's
Look
crazy.
at this micro. Oh my gosh. Yeah, dwarf not too good of a jumper, so he was trying to do it quick. He only had 30 seconds. How does he improvise now that he's dropped the dwarf? Summon Swarm comes out.
Yeah, so again, I don't know what Scoops can do in his position at the moment, you know? He's just standing there. He cannot do much, he cannot protect shield himself, you know?
Okay, herd mentality does pop out. We're going to separate the herd, though, because you don't want these two piggies chomping at each other. Alright, we lock down the dwarf. 5 seconds. What's Scoop got for me? Another javelin attempt? That's cooldown, I think. Prickly Barrier going to set up his defense here. Make it very, very difficult for a dwarf to get too close to do too much crazy stuff.
I think Scoops recognizes the ability of his opponent and he's just playing chill by now, you know?
Yeah. Doesn't want to overcommit anything, just wants to take his time and see what information he can gain while he's sitting in his tower. He is up the HP from tower. You know. However, he doesn't have Sanctuary available to counter Flight Sanctuary, and Storm Shield comes out as well. Flight Sanctuary... There's going to be a big trouble here, though, for Machine down the line once that Sanctuary is back up. Because it's going to feel really bad when you try and put on a lot of direct aggressive pressure just for your opponent to pop a Sanctuary. I want to see what kind of answers he's got for this to start laying on some damage that might stick onto Scoops here.
Yeah, so at this moment, it's just whether, like, who's gonna get close to who, right? That's gonna be it, you know? If Scoops the tower himself and just go and Sanctuary Machine, that might take the advantage.
Okay. Harmony into Gargoyle. That's going to start setting up a little bit of defense here. We've already got 3 minions out for Scoops. The 2 from Summon Boar into Herd Mentality, and now a Gargoyle is chilling.
We have a Mything game, nice.
And that Swarm is all ready to work. Got the first zombie in play on turn 5. Yeah, if I'm this gargoyle, I want to just take a big chomp at a machine.
Yeah, same.
Like I just want to eat him. Like,
That pony might be a problem if Machine is playing for DK, you know?
yeah.
But I don't think he's doing that at the moment. He doesn't have the right setup to do so.
We're on turn 6 now. That's going to mean that Sanctuary, which was cast turn 1, should be off cooldown. It is possible for Scoops to reposition and shut down a lot.
Wow, interesting.
Instead, we just see a barrage of bones come here. Some scattered damage onto the minions here. Are we looking for a mount out of this ice shield?
Really good bones, by the way. He got rid of the Swarm and the Myth. Both
Yeah.
of them.
Blast from the past. He's trying to get out of there. Pegasus is now mounted. Do we finish off the gargoyle or continue to set up? Let's see. He's got 2 seconds. Summon Storm Spirit for a tiny bit of tempo gain there. Doesn't want to waste his turn on the clock. Once again, really, really nice micro coming out from Machine. Now it's on to Scoops. He's going to put his gargoyle to rest, get back some of that HP, morph it out of the way so he can start to heal up and recover. But he's down to 1 damaged boar, 1 tired gargoyle, and a lot of prickly barrier. Where's Scoops going from here? 8 seconds on his clock. Another boar.
They're just gonna keep building his strategy from here. You know, it's like the thing I said. It all's gonna come down to who gets the first offensive move. You know.
Well, there is an offensive move available right here. I mean, this is looking pretty good.
Wow.
He's got to be very careful. Wow. Machine's micro this game. Oh, I mean, we just started. He just gets up close and personal to that Sanctuary. Does not care. He's like, my shields are intact. This Storm
Pixel
Shield,
perfect.
the flight.
Pixel
Yeah,
perfect,
exactly. Really, really incredible micro coming out. And on the buzzer, drops another dwarf out. His setup is looking immaculate right now. Machine in a really, really terrific spot. Scoops is going to have to show us something to enter this. But, you know, to his credit, he is playing a slow and steady game. He's got his gargoyle cooking up some health again. He's got his boar once again active. Herd mentality is available. Here it comes. Second boar is now in play. He's going to continue pressuring the dwarf, not letting Machine get too much ahead with this. What does he press? He times out.
We got the first Q of the tournament for now.
That's a rough one there. A missed tempo. I mean, if you think about it, he's now missed 2 pieces of main tempo because he missed the javelin early on. He revealed javelin and he missed it. And on top of revealing javelin and missing it, he's now also queued. So he's technically down like 2 turns worth of tempo. And Machine, meanwhile, is just playing so clean. 1 second on the clock, gets the swarm out.
Gets the zombie pig. That's nice.
Yeah.
That ice shield also complicates Scoops because he cannot get a free shot because of the ice shield, you know.
Yeah, he's got obstacles in his way, no javelin farming or any other lobs really available from here. This terrain is just not in his favor. His location, his positioning is just really, really difficult to deal with. The
If we
one
talk
thing that...
about the-
Go ahead.
If we talk about the facts of this game till now, all that Scoops has been done is just answering to Machine the entire game. So Machine's running the tempo at the moment, you know.
Yeah, definitely agree. The setup is there. But if you look at the pacing of the game, it is still very slow game. I mean, neither player has taken really any significant damage at all. And what that
Yes.
means is we can expect this to start to run a little bit long, and the clams are 2 turns off from starting to rain havoc down on the map. So Scoops is absolutely not out of it yet because he is showing a defensive approach to the map. He does have that very reliable Sanctuary in his kit, meaning that his spellbook is prepared to go the distance if it comes to that.
He decides to look up the gargoyle though. That's something.
A little bit of micro here onto the boar. Looking for a good angle to apply some kind of pressure.
He'll probably go for the
Nice
yeah,
javelin.
Yeah,
Yeah,
correct.
nice javelin.
I
Alright,
want to
but
say
the-
again that the move the tree the gargoyle was really good because gargoyle is now pretty much useless.
Yeah, it was very, very solid because that tree is not going to die for a long time. There's just not enough time to ever have the tempo. So this is pretty much the last turn out of the early game. One thing to keep in mind, though, is not just the clams. A lot of people overlook the brine is also a factor.
Yeah.
It's going to
The
start to
brine-
rain down. Each hit is -6.
I think the first brine that comes down it's really really strong rather than
Yeah.
the other ones, I think.
Yeah. And that's it. I do like the way that Machine positioned the Pegasus to protect his swarm. He was very, very well aware that he's like, okay, I want to eventually get this into a zombie Pegasus. So dropping down some brine onto it to lower its health, to get it into a position where he can eventually convert it with his swarm was very smart, especially because he simultaneously protected his swarm's HP there by keeping the Pegasus above it. So he was well aware of the brine, very prepared for the situation, knew exactly what he was doing, and executed phenomenally. But here's the second round of brine, and this is exactly what he wants to see.
So, I was thinking in the hands of machine, when you're facing a player that that has sanctuary, you have two options. You have to keep running your protection shield with the risk of losing them to a good sanctuary, or you can keep running your protect shield and be confident over yourself that you won't make a mistake mispositioning you to lose them to the sanctuary, which it's gonna be a really good.
I was not expecting Portal.
Yeah, I was speechless there.
Yeah,
I don't know
I
what
was
to tell
not
you.
expecting Portal. All right.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna get sanctuary now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, rip.
The portal's
all...
gonna.
Yeah.
A
Go
good
ahead, go ahead.
sanctuary can get rid of everything here.
Yeah, he's just dropped here. He's not flying. No storm shield. No protection shield. But he's only got 2 seconds. I think he was feeling the time pressure there for the mud ball.
Oh,
Wow.
here goes the clam.
That's a double hit. Oh my god. Scoops, you have every bit of depression. Holy moly.
Yeah, see, that's what I was talking about before the game starts. This Armageddon is so stupid.
Yeah,
And if
it's
you get
really
to a point
powerful.
of the game, if you get to a point of the game that the Armageddon gets a lot of pressure on you and gets a lot of power over your gameplay, it's really random.
Yeah, very, very hard to predict and play against, especially in a top control map like this. I think that 50 HP off of Scoops there is not something he wants to see against an aggressive player like this. Flash comes out, pass back to Scoops. Another clam, but this one will not connect onto Scoops. Doesn't bounce quite up to hit Machine. It was close. Now the minions need to get themselves active. This boar trying to get into a position. Is Scoops going to be able to find himself a spot? This is it. That's a key sanctuary. He's looking around the map, checking to make sure there's no more micro to do.
Yeah, but then again,
There it goes.
Machine only had 7 protection shield HP left, so it's not that good. And
Yeah.
the portal is still on, so.
Yeah, definitely not the reward he was looking for. But even still, Scoops does manage to put himself in a good position here. Not really under duress from anything that Machine has shown so far.
Yeah, and if we're talking about the minions, Gargoyle is still up and kind of free. I think the Gargoyle might be free of that ice shield. I don't know, but it's a superiority of useful minions in my opinion. On
Yeah,
Scoop's health.
100%. All right. Well, the loss of the Pegasus was probably the best news for Scoops. Because even though he took 50, we were overshadowing the fact that he took 50, or rather, we were highlighting the fact that he took 50, and it kind of overshadowed the fact that that Clem took out the Pegasus, which was a big amount of the tempo that we credited to Machine. So his Pegasus, which had a dream of becoming a zombie Pegasus, it kind of fell into a nightmare. Like, it ate a bunch of brine and then ate a clam, and that was all she wrote. It's going to give Scoops here a chance to recover the tempo. So far, neither player cast Pebble Shot on the other, so it's making me suspect that they may lack the spell in their books. Meaning that these towers are kind of just going to chill. Not a lot of pressure going to come down from the towers.
I think Machine wanted to pick to go to the portal. I don't know there. It seemed weird. But I don't know what the plan for the portal is there.
Clam goes wide. Creates a little vacuum in the center of the map. Now, Scoops, what's on your mind?
He has his gargoyle free. Yeah, that's a really useful minion to have. So
100% agree. It's going to apply a lot of pressure. Definitely put down a lot of damage. But let's see. Prickly Barrier. That's going to really force the position on Machine. And now Machine has a big decision to make. If he stays there, or detowers and tries to put down more pressure. But what's interesting is that Machine, playing what is definitely an aggressive deck, does not seem to have any answer of putting pressure onto Scoops here, right? Like, we haven't seen him really launch any offensive attacks onto Scoops. We've seen him get humongous amount of setup, but turn 15 in, he hasn't launched a single direct attack.
yeah, I totally agree. We have seen a lot of mechanical power and a lot of setups, but not so much damage, you know.
Yeah. Now Scoops' boar trying to make its way to the dwarf portaled into this tunnel. But what's interesting about this map gen as well is that there's actually not a lot of underground here. That little tunnel. Oh, Barrage comes out.
Nice.
That's actually gonna finally de-tower Machine. Scoops still in his tower. Just chilling. I think his sanctuary is back up. Yeah. Not at all. I'm pretty sure Scoops' sanctuary is back up, and it looks like Machine is just countered by sanctuary. Because even though I would say he definitely had the better opener, he doesn't seem to be demonstrating any meaningful way to generate progress here in the mid-game.
Yeah, definitely.
Round 2 of a Pegasus. He was unable to get his Pegasus set up and cooking out of the opening. So maybe he'll get a mid-game Pegasus down now. It is now turn 17 onto Scoops. Contemplating his options here. His Gargoyle is now sitting at a clean 100 HP as well.
Yeah,
he recognizes that too.
Free as well.
Yeah. What are we looking at here? He can't morph it back. He just morphed his turn. Summon Boar. Now that's a lot of pressure because the Pegasus is now blocked by the Gargoyle. Very, very clean decision there. He's not going anywhere with the Pegasus. He can still get out because of the Pegasus. Blasted Pass, he wants to exit left side. That's fine. Avoid the Prickly Barrier damage. And he's getting out of there. He's not interested in being trapped in that location.
He doesn't have many places to go safe because that Gargoyle might be free anytime when a clam hits it again, you know?
So he's working on getting his setup back. Oh, you mention it and it appears. The clam hunting down Machine here. Narrowly dodges the damage. And Scoops is now on the chase. We thought for a while that Machine was going to be the primary aggressor. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Now, I don't think you Sanctuary here just to beat a Storm Shield. I think you definitely want to wait until either Protection Shield is committed, Flight is committed. You know, this Sanctuary spell is very important. Nope. Scoops is not having it. He said, "No, sir. Sit down."
Yeah, I mean, it's a good move because Scoops has the Gargoyle free, you know? So pretty much anywhere where Machine can go, the Gargoyle can go, you know?
Is that true, though? I feel like a Living Seed is just going to kind of break off the map in half right around this area.
He might go to the portal, but no. Okay.
What's he looking to do here? Free up his Pegasus? Okay! But can he get... I don't think he has time. I think he was interested... Yeah, I think he was interested in getting the Pegasus out, getting it onto the left side, and living seeding off that side of the map there, is what I would guess his mentality was. But... he was not quick enough on the draw.
Yeah, and see, here comes the gargoyle, you know?
Yeah, that's going to be a nice chomp. Or maybe not. Maybe he's just going to use it only for positioning. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure. I mean, you have to take a bite here, don't you? Like, there's
Yeah.
no way. Yeah, exactly. There's just no way we're just not taking a nice nom out of this man. All right, and what's really masterful is that he positioned the gargoyle in such a way that the Pegasus is not allowed to gain the tempo onto the left side of the map. So it looks like the players have identified where the map divide is, and the Pegasus is still not allowed to have access, which means the gargoyle now remains in control of the game. And that is quite a big deal. I would say that Scoops has now taken a solid lead in terms of tempo.
Yeah, I mean, okay,
There's-
machine blocked the gargoyle. Yeah.
He kind of had to, but he wanted to get his Pegasus out first. He just wasn't fast enough. All that brilliant micro, but just not fast enough to get his Pegasus out in time to put the seed with the Pegasus. So he will once again have to sack another Peggy. Things are going well for Machine, but not for his horses.
Yeah, see, now it seems like machine is responding to Scoops rather than before, you know?
Yeah.
The tables has turned. Oh, here comes the clam.
Goodbye, Boar. Oh, 2 HP. You know, it's actually worse to have a 2 HP Boar than for the Boar to have just died. Because Scoops is minion capped, right? But of his 4 minions, he's got a blocked off gargoyle. Okay, fine. He's got a 2 HP Boar, a 7 HP Boar, and another locked off gargoyle. So
Yeah.
Scoops is kind of playing without his utility belt here. He doesn't have his arsenal. You know, his guns are all out of ammo. And it's going to create an opportunity for Machine to start cooking a little bit. Now, that was an interesting decision.
Oh,
And
here
one
comes the
that Scoops...
gargoyle.
Is that free? That might be free.
Yeah, that's
That's
free.
free. Yeah,
a
that's free.
gargoyle. Yeah, 100%.
So just as I say how Scoops is out of ammo, the tables have turned. Although the gargoyle did take damage, it is
But it's
now
free.
free.
Yeah,
Not
you know-
only that. Go ahead.
You know how I called that the gargoyle was gonna be free anytime because of a
Yeah.
clam? There
100%.
it is. Yeah.
100%. But not only that, we also have to take into account the fact that summoning the swarm there and stealing that boar and converting it into a zombie boar. Oh, Mega Boulder. What a
That's a nice
devastating-
damage. Yeah.
What a devastating boulder. He's in lethal range from the second boulder. He's got to move.
Pretty
Well-
much, I will say machine here is a really, really bad spot because
Yeah, agreed.
Scoops has a gargoyle in the both sides of the map. Under the middle, it's Scoops himself, you know. So machine doesn't have really much nowhere to go at this moment.
Yeah, Scoops has Sanctuary also available. Yeah, he's got gargoyles, he's got sanctuaries, he's got kind of everything. What? That was a really, really nice... Oh, never mind. Maybe he doesn't have this gargoyle. Well, no, it can only deal 50 max, yeah. And that gargoyle healed up. That gargoyle is just tanking. He's just sitting there healing. But yeah, Scoops is in such a great spot. I don't think he can move. I think he's just straight up trapped. Nice ice shield lock. Blast from the past gets him free. 15 seconds on his clock. Where's he going? Into the hole. Not where he wanted, for sure. It could be a summon. Prickly Barrier, love it. Great answer to a tower. It's just going to accumulate damage in that spot. But Machine also doesn't really have too much of an option to D-tower. He's out of minions.
They are trolling with the draw there. I see it.
Alright, nice Pegasus lock. That's going to keep Scoops from gaining too good of a position here. Not quite free. He has Blast of the Past available. That should get him out, but where can he go once he gets out? Nice. Drain Bolt, just get himself healthy. Get that Pegasus off him a little bit. He knows that the Clems are going to come down and apply a lot of pressure, so he is making sure that he's nice and topped off. There's not going to be a lot of opportunities to heal either for Machine. His book was very, very aggressive, and he's got pretty much only Clock Tower for healing as far as we can guess. Blast from the Past creates the space, gets the Pegasus lock. 2 seconds. Storm Shield comes out. You know, he's not delighted. He's just trying to incrementally, make a little progress, make a little development.
Divine Freeze scoop, so now this is bad for Machine again.
I'm taking a bite. There's just no way. If I'm Scoops,
yeah, 100%.
I'm taking a bite.
And I'm trapping him with the other guy, Gargoyle. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's got a gate. He's got where do you even gate to, right? Like maybe the little hole to the right of the pink clamshell.
Oh no, that's no. I think the game has
it's
really
over. It's looking so
he comes
slow.
to them?
Oh my gosh. Okay, narrowly misses. But it doesn't free him. It doesn't do anything. This is oh my gosh.
Yeah, see,
it's so go ahead.
This is the thing. I didn't saw any spell that Machine had with big damage, you know.
Yeah, like what's he even running? What's in his book?
He's running minions and he's running Storm Shield, basically.
I'm gonna need to see some option from Machine that lets him win the game. But I think he's just completely countered by Sanctuary this match. I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
If you look at the way that the early game went, turns 1 through 8, or we'll say 1 through 7, Machine was definitely positionally superior. I mean, this is just Sanctuary. Perfect,
yeah, absolutely.
Perfect. Yeah. GG. 100 damage holder guaranteed.
Scoops, yeah.
Oof. What a game. Scoops just really patient, really clean, stuck the landing. Machine had, like I said, the micro, the positioning, the setup was all really good. The clan taking out the first Pegasus, denying the zombie Pegasus option out of his opener, kind of undid all his development. On top of that, he didn't really seem to have any kind of answer for Sanctuary, which devastated his book. Not even Pebbles to put down the Sanctuary, but he's got to really make sure he comes back with some kind of solution for what he's going to do when his opponent sets up that tower. But game 1 going over Scoops. Solid, clean gameplay coming up from both players. I'm interested to see what kind of adjustments and adaptations Machine is going to make.
It definitely should have adjustments, 100%.
Well, I mean, there's no way he's just going to run it back, that's for sure. He's got to definitely acknowledge a lot of the shortcomings of his book and a lot of the shortcomings of the matchup in general, and what can be done in order to set up better for the next game. But Machine, definitely not a player that I'm going to count out by any means. Not after what I saw in the beginning and mid-game. Meanwhile, I'm curious to see if Scoops was dissatisfied with any part of his gameplay or his overall game plan. Because Scoops kind of just sat there and won. He was just like...
Yeah, I mean, Machine
chilling,
didn't actually do too much,
Right, but neither did Scoops, right? He just sat on a gargoyle and he was like, oh, you're in a bad spot, so here's the gargoyle. Oh, you accidentally positioned yourself incorrectly, so here's the Mega Bolter. I mean, Scoops kind of just, he just chilled until opportunities presented themselves and then capitalized, which, it's kind of like the I guess you could say like the martial arts monk sensei who just does nothing and then just slaps all the contenders on the back of the head for attempting to hit him without really putting any aggressive pressure on them at all. He's just like, bro, get your hands off me.
Exactly, yeah.
So I'm really curious. Go ahead.
They also let the Armageddon took a lot of power in their game, and the
100%.
Armageddon actually had a lot of influence in that game because of the destruction of the map. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, as you mentioned, that gargoyle becoming free over time because of the clam kind of negated the tempo gain from the living seed.
It was gonna
Now,
happen, like
yeah.
100%. Yeah.
So before
Yeah,
we
what's
get
up?
into this game too, I want to give some updates on scores around the tournament.
Sure.
In round one, Finn beats Sir Semperfi, or Sir Semperfi, 2-0. Oa
Okay.
beat Augment 2-0. Wongtongs beat Kyler Alice 2-0. And in round two, Valuable beat Royal Lizard 2-1.
Okay.
We have had so far. Let me see how many dropouts. I want to say about 9, maybe 10. But regardless, I think even with the dropouts, it's still the biggest qualifier we've had so far.
Yeah, quite a lot of people signed up to this qualifier. And for those watching that are still playing, still interested in playing, please keep in mind there is a fourth and final qualifier. You can find the timing for this on Discord. Go ahead and please join the Arcanist Discord. Don't ask me for the link; it's right there in the client, right at the top of the screen. If you head to the lobby, the Discord is the top button on the left menu. Not only that, but once you're in the Discord, you can just look at the events and it will show you the events in your time zone. Enough about that, though. It looks like we're finally into the game. Turn 1, loaded up. Machine will take the advantage of going first, and he'll pop Flight, which probably means there's a protection shield to follow. He's picking his spot, and there comes the protection field. How does Scoops answer?
Interesting that Machine still went for Protection Shield and Fly, knowing that Scoops runs Sanctuary.
Well, Flight Protection Shield is very, very strong in the late game, but you gotta make it there first. And you probably don't want to be playing for late game in Rush either. A
Okay.
nice mud ball connecting from Scoops. Do we see a flight cancel into a hop
Yeah.
out with Blast from the
Yeah.
Pass?
Definitely.
Now, there's a potential here for Storm Shield to just put a lot of pressure on, but if you think your opponent's going to Sanctuary, you may have something a little different to try. I'm surprised that he doesn't just Shock Bomb him here, though. Like, if Machine is playing an aggressive playstyle, Shock Bomb there in that kind of situation would have been
Oh,
really
we have
good.
Pixies.
Pixies.
Interesting,
Pixies
yeah.
on the map. Scoops inching his way over.
He has to be very careful about his positioning here.
I think that's generally true, but what makes you say it in this particular spot? Oh,
Wow, that was a miss by a pixel, bro.
that is really unlucky because that's a triple kill that is
Machine
no
really
longer available.
he really needs to capitalize on this mistake.
Well, one thing that we saw last game is that if Machine has a weakness, it's not being able to capitalize on mistakes. Because Scoops did make plenty of them in the last game. He missed that early javelin. But Machine, for all his technical prowess, just doesn't seem to be interested in applying pressure to Scoops' HP.
He doesn't punish him as well, like not directly at least.
Right.
He punished him by setting up his strategy by the late game.
Alright, a repositioning of the Pixies here. And it looks like we're slowly making our way
Oh.
towards undead pixies. Oh no, that cannot have been intentional.
Yeah, that was a mistake, definitely. And it's weird. Oh,
Looks like a resync bug.
yeah,
Okay.
it was for us visually interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I also got it in live and client, but no big deal. Living Sea gonna come out, lock Scoops into position.
Yeah, see, Scoops isn't in a really good spot for him right now because he's trapped, and Machine Games just preparing his strategy for late game, you know?
But do you think that Machine is favored in the late game here?
The way that he's playing, it makes me think that he's going for late game, yes.
Okay. I mean, he pressed Storm Shield, so I'm not convinced. Aura onto the Pixies, just currently focused on getting zombies in his arsenal. Not a bad
Yeah,
focus
he has
though.
been
As
doing that for the past game as well. I don't know why. I can't figure it out, but he's really into the zombifying minions.
yeah, so far I think it's been clearly demonstrated that the gargoyle is the new zombie.
Definitely.
The nest has hatched. A couple of zombies coming out here.
He's probably gonna keep stacking them for some reason.
Well, 2 seconds left on the clock. Some protection shield's gonna come out.
Yeah, he's definitely going for late game here.
Yeah, this game is gonna go quite a bit slower than the previous one. Still,
Yeah,
we're only on turn 6. But I don't see any meaningful way for either of these players to start like actually making progress towards their opponent's health bar. So it's gonna be another game of clams. What were you
absolutely.
saying, Mom?
Yeah, that is what I was gonna say. Like the map here is way taller than the seed before, you know.
Yeah.
So the clans will act really weird because they will bounce a lot more and can cause more mayhem and chaos on it.
Yeah, we will see exactly what happens. Hold on. All right, Machine trying to get active.
It's gonna get the swamp, maybe.
A Pegasus. Can we make something happen with this particular Pegasus? He did not have good luck last round with the Pegasi. Scoops. Pretty content. This strategy worked for him last game, and if it's not broke, don't fix it. Barrage of Bones coming out. Applying that big damage here.
I think Pegasus might still be free, maybe.
I think it. I think it is.
Yeah,
free.
it looks pretty free. But he's not moving it. Yeah, that's it.
Ooh, another resync.
Wow, that's wild.
Yeah, never mind. It's definitely not free with that resync.
Okay, so Machine taking the attacking side now. Interesting. It's going offensive.
I think Machine really only... I think that Machine kind of always wanted to take some kind of offensive posture, but he just wasn't sure how to do it into Sanctuary.
I'm thinking why, now that he has two zombify pixies, a swarm and a pony, he goes like, okay, now I'm gonna go flash the ground to get to scoops, you know?
All right, finally, a zombie Pegasus has been accomplished. Now, can he convert that into actually meaningful tempo? We've got the 4 minions on machine, all the zombies he wants. They're going to start scaling, gaining HP, and eventually controlling the map as it blows apart. But for the time being, both players are struggling to make meaningful progress against their opponent.
I really wish to say that this is like a chess game, but I really don't understand the plays that has been taking place in this game. I don't know if it's only me.
Well, you definitely don't see any clearly defined win condition come out from either player, right? It's like we can see what you're doing, and we can even surmise why a little bit, but how do you win? Is a question that should be asked by both players and seems to be
Yeah, I mean
eluding.
the only possible way out of machine technique that I could figure out why he's so obsessed to zombify minions is if he's got dark defense on his book, you know, and
Yeah.
just to stacks health and basically survive till late game. I don't know, maybe.
Well, late game is definitely upon us, or at least the middle game is upon us now, because after this turn, clams are going to be coming down, and will officially exit the early game and come into the mid game. Who do you think, like, if you had to rate the game, give points based on performance up to this point, who do you think, or rather, like, by what margin, who do you think won the early game, right? Like, who do you think is ahead in this situation?
Well, definitely Machine could have really won the early game if he would have punished correctly Scoops for the mistake of failing that drain.
Right.
Even when he was really bad placed there, like, you know. But because of Machine didn't actually took advantage of that and punish Scoops, Scoops can pretty much now chill while letting Machine doing his own thing, you know. So basically we're at a point of this game at the moment where Machine has minion superiority, but they are both chilling and waiting for the Armageddon to do his thing. And basically it's just gonna be that, you know.
Well, it definitely looks like Machine's not just going to sit and wait for the Armageddon to blow everything up. He's going to take matters into his own hands and start tunneling away, but will those matters count towards the actual progress that he needs to put in the pressure? That's really what it all comes down to. Will he be able to apply pressure to his opponent before the clams apply too much pressure to him? Speaking of which, here it comes.
So Scoop's now in a position where he can stack Gargoyles again freely, you know.
Yeah, and we have seen head-to-head, gargoyles are incredibly potent compared to Zombie Pegasus even. We do have that Drain Bolt projectile that does allow Zombie Pegasus to play in some situations where you wouldn't expect it to be able to. But the Gargoyle is just really, really high tempo to do what the Pegasus is trying to do.
Like, I'm almost wondering if Machine is trying to get an achievement, you know? Interesting how Scoops just got tired of it and just now go for offensive here. I don't think it's the position that he wanted to be, but...
Alright, a Javelin comes out. That's like the first offensive spell we've seen all game. Alright, and we see progress being slowly made here. Pretty much all the minions are being turned into zombies. But will we be able to convert those zombies into meaningful masters of control? And will we be able to lock down the opponent here? To be seen. Three seconds. Pulls up the sanctuary here. Alright. Now, Machine has officially cooked. All his zombies are alive. He's got way better zombie luck than last game, but I just feel like this positioning is just begging a clan to come and make you rage quit.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, if Machine knew that Scoop's running Sanctuary, and he's running really defensive and really slow, waiting for the right time, I don't know why he's going for a Zombify strategy with Protect
Right.
Shield, Flight, and Storm Shield, you know?
And it just once again highlights just how good the Gargoyle is, that it can go toe-to-toe with all these zombie minions, and yet still not sacrifice any of the damage or utility.
Exactly.
Five seconds. Another barrage comes down. This one not going to
Okay.
collect nearly as cleanly as before.
That was really good. Machine's trapped now, though. He can't get out of there with a BFTP, so he's really trapped there.
That is
He has
true.
the pixies, though.
And what is he trying to accomplish? Okay. The mid game is now well underway, but Scoops is staring down a couple of Pegasus and just trying to figure out how is he gonna put pressure onto Machine from here. Maybe he doesn't need to. Maybe this is how you put pressure.
I really don't know what Machine's gameplay or
Yeah,
game plan
it's
is.
really hard to tell. I agree.
Yeah. I can't predict what his mind's going through. All I can think, again, is Dark Defense and Survive at the moment.
So typically with Undead Pixies, the win condition is aura stacking. However, obviously, with Scoops having Sanctuary, that's not exactly the best idea. Right? Because the Sanctuary can just clean the Undeads, clean the auras. But now we're gonna see Scoops go on the offense here.
He's probably trying to get an angle to Mega Boulder. Yep. Here
Yep.
he comes.
Wow. What micro? That I think he's dropping it straight down.
He's gonna miss one, but the damage is too much. That Gargoyle is gonna be free anytime now. Mark my words.
I mean, I don't know if he's gonna need it. His pressure is just so high.
He's gonna get trapped now, yep.
Good. And that trap is a really big deal because it's going to allow Machine some time to develop himself. Not only is he just going to... He'll be able to gain some tempo. Okay, we got a stack here. Really well played.
That Gargle, I think that Gargle might be able to come out now, I think. By the bottom of the tree.
It very well could. And we're
I
taking
think
an underground journey here from Scoops.
Instead of
you
the
were
scenic route. Yeah. It's gonna trap. Oh, it's gonna javelin.
Okay.
Wow.
Javelin comes out and connects.
Yeah, I think this game's gonna be close really soon.
Machine 46 HP.
Again, I really think Gargle is free. Like, Scoops can use it now.
Well, the Pegasus repositioning, trying to make sure that the Gargoyle cannot join the fray here. Or even commit the Pixie.
Wow. A
Clean flash.
Finally, we got some action from Machine.
But the boards are not letting him get it for free. Takes another 20, drops down to 27 HP. Could be the end of game one very soon. But first,
All it
Scoops has
takes
got
is
to
a
drag
clamp.
him. Scoops has got to drag his soggy butt back onto the map, though. Alright, nice gate option.
Clam? Oh.
Alright. And we've taken the fight to the Gargoyle, it seems. Not the safest position ever.
She wants to trap the Gargle and get out. She's running out of time, though. Yeah. That's not ideal.
Not at all.
Scoops doesn't have teleport, though, so you cannot follow.
I think Scoops can just take his time. This one seems like he's gonna walk it out.
Nice. Wow, that's really, really... really good map control right there.
Yeah, for sure.
GG.
That's it.
Beautiful.
That's gonna be the first series. Scoops 2-0 over Machine.
Wow,
showed
I
some magic,
don't
Michael.
know what to think about these two games, to be honest.
I mean, I'll tell you exactly what I think about it. Machine showed us some really, really great movement micro, but a lack of an overall game plan and adaptability to Scoops, which allowed Scoops to kind of sweep it up a little bit there, because I feel like there were definitely some big opportunities for Machine to capitalize on Scoops' mistakes, but there were just not any... We just didn't see it actually happen in the game.
Definitely. It needed to be punished by his mistakes, and Machine just, instead of punishing Scoops, preferred to go for his strategy, you know?
Right. Well, unfortunately for Scoops, didn't really work out for Scoops, but fortunately for Hecarim, he was definitely able to apply a lot of that pressure there. Not really rush him down too much, but just spend the time, rain the crabs onto his opponent, and kind of take him out that way.
Definitely.
What's the next game we've got coming up?
So I will quickly go around and update the scores.
Oh, he's muted.
Oh, excuse me. I was gonna say without being muted in here. I was gonna go around and give you an update on the scores real quick before we hop into our next game. In round 2, Day just closed out with a 2-0 against Furbo, as did Union, closing out with a 2-0 against Adam. Too Fun 2-0'd Solace in round 2, and then 2-0'd Haxus in round 3. So he's
Okay.
making quick progress.
Okay.
And currently, we are in the middle of I believe Crimp and Leohart. Leohart is up 1-0, and Finn and Dominator. Finn is up 1-0. And Zartak is playing Kiyosagi. He is also up 1-0. So
Yeah.
right now we're at a little bit of an awkward point in terms of waiting for matches.
Right.
Trouble Afar and 1v are on game 1 of their series, if you want to hop into that one.
Okay, let me take a look. Alright, so who's hosted? Trouble of Farm 1v. Alright. Let's see what we got going on over here. And turn 11. This is game 1, you said, right?
Game 1, yep. Round
Alright,
3.
perfect. Let's see. We're once again seeing some boars, some swarms. Veterans and their minions. Really, really doing a great job getting the setup and trying to control the space. We've got one valley on the left side. The valley on the right side seems to be currently occupied. Once again, Sanctuary, just a standout spell here. Gonna trade off the boar. Oh, wow. I mean, not the boar, the swarm. Nice micro to make sure he just tags the swarm while maintaining his own. That's a little trickier than it looks. 3 seconds here. 1v's got flight, but it queues. Alright. Prickly Barrier's gonna come out. Prickly Barrier, you know, definitely not a spell that gets talked about nearly as much as you would expect, considering how versatile it is for controlling space, stopping opponents from moving around in an aggressive fashion, protecting towers, detowering, just really, really versatile, like, terrain endangerment spell. And also pretty good against the boars themselves as well. And it's a familiar story here. It's Rush versus Sanctuary, and Sanctuary just seems incredibly, incredibly potent against pretty much all the Rush players on this match. Okay. Uh-oh. Slam goes wide. But Trouble is kind of sitting pretty here. We see 1v just stacking up shields. Not really able to get protection shielded here. I mean, get his protection shield eaten up by a Sanctuary here. But we don't know this for sure. I mean, it is entirely possible that Trouble Afar has a potential spell that's going to allow him to get there. I mean, I see some angles where he can detower, jump close, Ice Shield, and then Sanctuary off the wall of the Ice Shield. He's going to take his time here, summon a boar, kind of chill. He's vibing. All right. 1v looking to make some action happen. Is it a pebble shot from above? It was indeed pebble shot from above. Damage onto the minions. I like the fact that he managed to successfully position his swarm in order to inhibit too much counterplay, but also keep it active and ready to play if necessary, while letting those pebbles slide through. Mudball enters right back, slowing down the aggressive gameplay of 1v. Trouble Afar still content to just sit and chill in the Sanctuary, even with his roof open. 1v a little reluctant to cancel flight here. We don't see Blast from the Past to hop out. Instead, the minions are just getting microed on over. Oh, I spoke too soon. 1v's out of there. Clock Tower just in time. On the buzzer. But he will eat a bit of brine there. Well, now here comes Trouble Afar. And he's just posing what is becoming a very common question. How comfortable am I at home? Because this sanctuary just feels so chill. D-Tower comes out after eating, basically 2 rounds of brine. Protected 1v, though, from any of his damage. Nice Storm Shield takes out the boar. Achieves minion superiority. It's 1 boar to 0. And a possible round 2 on the Pebble Shot here. Not quite! A Mud Ball. Gonna lock up his opponent in this situation. A little interesting, though, to see a Mud Ball coming out there because his opponent already couldn't move. Like, Trouble was not going anywhere. He could have de-towered, but I'm not seeing it. Alright, 1v now. Trapped in the Living Seed. Plus Brine. Drain bolts himself free. How do we make progress? Do you see? I'm kind of thinking you just splash here, right? Splash, open it up, get yourself options of which direction to go. We don't see that, though. Just another swarm in development. I mean, it's pretty good to get your first minion on the board, though. But 1v is just going to fly out of there. And if I had to guess, just Drain Bolt this guy. Mega Boulder. Humongous damage. Wow.
That is quite the Mega Boulder.
What a shot! Trouble, now in significant danger. He's got to figure out how to get himself to safety. I'm thinking, though, that Trouble, now that he's got this minion in play, he just hops on over. Okay, yeah, he'll just fly up. I think he just flies right next to 1v and Sanctuary's Gandalf. No, he'll Mudball here. Okay. He can always attempt to Sanctuary next turn, regardless of what his opponent responds.
Interesting to know is that 1v might not have tower up this turn.
Sanctuary? 1v's
Clock
tower.
Yeah,
Clock
1v's tower.
Clock tower, yeah. 1v, yeah. 1v definitely, he did blow his clock tower a couple turns ago. I think his clock tower will be up next turn, actually.
Yeah. And the Aura stack.
No news is good news when you see a clam on the opposite side of the map. Little poison damage is going to come out, put some pepper onto 1v, spice things up a little bit. But Trouble has got to find an actual, real answer to being at 71 HP. Five seconds? Okay, Sanctuary comes out. Not quite Uncle Ben with the clock over the river, but definitely he's going to be very, very glad to not be taking that boar's damage directly to his primary HP. Instead, it'll go right into the tower.
The swarm of Trouble Far got killed by the clam, got sniped. Very unlucky. Already he's in quite the tedious position. Arma's not helping him for sure.
Yeah. Now there is the clock tower coming up from 1v here. He'll soak a little bit of brine, but nothing too crazy. I wanted to see 1v kind of put pressure on, right? Like, if I see a clock tower like that, I mean, not a clock tower, if I see a sanctuary like that coming out from Trouble Afar, I want to make something happen, like just trade down the HP at this point. I feel like 1v is not really willing to trade down his HP, I'm not sure why.
I think he's gonna commit to that now, though, on this turn.
Yeah, it's got to be a kill here, isn't it? Just Mega Boulder is lethal. It's got to be like.
I don't think Mega might not kill. It's hard to say in case like the Sanctuary just somehow soaks the damage, but it could. Okay, he's going for it. 10 HP.
Oh my gosh!
And he got the
10
sync.
HP and a
That's gonna be
sync.
game.
Yeah, I mean, where do you go from here, right? Like, that's got to be it. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
it.
wherever he goes, he gets pebbled. That was checkmate.
Yeah.
1v taking game 1 of this best of 3.
All right. And they're almost hopping directly back into it. Players are both already in lobby. And I love watching all the contenders talking smack in the chat right now. You can see these guys are riled up, ready for some action, and can't wait to hop into a game with each other. Fortunately, it's all in good fun. Lots of sportsmanship and competitiveness coming out in the tournament so far. And it's definitely just giving it a little bit more spice to look forward to. Because I cannot wait to see what the later rounds, where the stakes are high but the fatigue starts kicking in, starts to look like. And I think we're into the next game. Trouble afar. And 1v into game 2. Trouble afar gets the first turn advantage here, but doesn't really see a good angle to jump out of this valley. He'll summon a board, get the tempo started off. Alright. And it looks like we've got the return of Wise Old Man.
Hello.
Bloodbank.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Now, I do like to see the Blood Bank off the right side. I think Blood Bank is fairly successful on this map if you can find a crevice to store it.
To fill you in, Weiselman, we're spectating Trouble Afar and 1v. They're on game 2 with 1v taking game 1.
Interesting. I'm seeing a lot of more direct approach in this game compared to the other one.
Yeah. Definitely a little bit of heat. We'll get that Blood Bank a little bit more onto the side off the safety. Clock tower out of the mud ball. Pass back to Trouble Afar. Trouble Afar now has the pressure. Boar is active, immediately putting down some pressure onto that clock tower. But does Trouble Afar have an answer of something aggressive to do? You know, I would really like to see all these books that want to play Flight, Protection Shield, Storm Shield. I want to see them pair in the Pebble Shot. I want to see them not get run over by Sanctuary and not get themselves oppressed by the Clock Tower as well. We're seeing these towers coming in duplicates in all the control books, and to not have a tower breaker seems like you're not really trying to counter the opponent. But we do not see the tower take too much duress here. Instead, a fly away into Summon Swarm, looking for some long-term options. And I guess not really trying to get outvalued by the Blood Bank either in a head-to-head spell trade.
Yeah, I want to talk about Blood Bank because Blood Bank in this map is so good. Since the map generation of this map has a little bit of rifts, you know, and caves, the Blood Bank can easily fit in one of those caves, and it's really hard to get it, you know, to kill it. So it's really good. It has a ton of value in this map particularly.
Yeah, I agree 100%. You know, I think that as the match goes on, Bloodbank is just such a great scaling minion. It's kind of subtle how potent that lifesteal effect of 20% is, but it definitely puts in work. We get a little bit of a tag there from that swarm. Go ahead.
Each turn, it just stacks the heal, you know, and it doesn't stop. So you pretty much need to waste a turn killing the Blood Bank alone, you know, but that can expose you a lot.
Yeah, 100% agree here. All right. 1B takes off. He's in the sky now. Flies directly towards his opponent. Trouble sitting at 50 shield. Does 1B have anything to breach? 5 seconds. Well, not going to take off his shield, but will trap him down a little bit. Disable his flight.
Oh, the boar's going for the blood bank. That's good. Okay, so now Trouble's gonna leave the other boar go for the blood bank there, which is really good. That's a great value of boars right there, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Morning Sun will deflight 1v through damage. He's looking for a new angle now.
Yeah, that Morning Sun is really weird to me.
I was gonna say, can you talk to me a little bit about this spell, Morning Sun? It's not as popular. So, perhaps a lot of people, including myself, but a lot of other new players in the audience might not be that familiar with this spell.
With the Morning Sun, you mean?
Yeah.
So you can see that it has like half yellow and the other half not. That's yellowish, you know.
Okay.
It acts like two or three different type of damages. I think the first one gives you like 10 damage, the second another 10 damage, and the middle one only gives you 5 damage or something. So it kind of looks like a barrier, you know. You have to, you can't go through without damaging and knocking yourself out, you know.
I see. So it just has a barrier into the center of the map.
That's like a controller type of spell, most than damage, you know. There we go. Oh,
Mega Boulder at first looked a little bit wide, but quite a bit of distance is going to come down, as well as the prickly barrier. Locking it up, that's going to put 1v in a slight HP lead against Trouble. But this looks flashable.
Yeah, very bad positioning here to 1v. Definitely gonna get flash here.
Yeah. I'm not really seeing a world where 1v's not about to take a dip.
Oh,
have a nice swim, buddy.
That was pixel perfect though. It's
Yeah,
risky.
it was pretty good, but
yeah, it was sketchy, but he made it. Another good thing about the Morning Sun is that it doesn't damage the owner, you know. So Trouble can go through Morning Sun even if it's active, you know.
I see. So it creates a barrier that's difficult to chase through. All right.
Yeah, pretty much divides the map.
Yeah, we see 1v has now taken up a fortress on the bottom left of the stage. Since he got flashed, he doesn't want to put himself in an exposed position on the follow-up.
Yeah, in this type of situation, if it were me, I will just like straight up follow 1v right down there. Any means I have, I wouldn't let him rest or breathe, you know.
Okay.
The pig obviously is gonna get him in a couple of turns.
Yeah, that boar's on a mission. He's digging on down. But what does Trouble want to do alongside of this boar? Maybe drop a second boar? 19 HP is not in aura range yet.
A second boar wouldn't be good in here because the boars will get knocked by each other.
Okay, we do see the Summon Swarm come out for the tempo development, but of course not immediately to go on the hieroglyphs. Not immediately, but... Okay, a flight coming out from 1v. He's getting active. What's he looking to do? 10 seconds. Okay, protection shield to pair with the flight. Very common, very standard. That prickly barrier is also going to threaten the boards as well. So as the board digs down, it may end up taking some damage. The brine came, I actually wasn't able to see. Hold on, I'm going to relocate the map. Yeah, I think the boar actually died to the prickly barrier, if I'm seeing correctly. Yeah,
it did that, yeah.
It died, but it got to dig to 1v, which is
did.
actually very bad for 1v in this situation.
Yeah, this situation right here is really bad for 1v because he doesn't have teleport. So all it needs to do Trouble of Fire is to damage him and knock him off.
Drain Bolt does the trick here, no? Oh, Javelin, okay.
I don't think he has Pebble in his spellbook, does it?
I'm not seeing it. Because, yeah, if you Pebble there, you can knock him off the shield.
Yeah, correctly.
And then the follow-up hits can sink him.
Exactly. And he doesn't have teleport, so that's like half HP down, right?
Okay, Mud Ball to close up the hole.
Clam's gonna get clutch, yep. Definitely gonna get him. Yep. Oh,
Tag number 2. That HP from the Swarm is now racking up, as 1v does not have any reasonable escape paths.
a Whisper Arrow or a Whisper Bomb here will be so good.
I think the players here are content to just take their time. Clock Tower up. It's going to do it. I do agree that Whisper Bomb or Whisper Arrow could be really, really good, but in the end, I think that they need their spells for tempo.
That's a really bad Clam, yep.
That Clam is devastating to 1v. Direct hit for 50 damage. Alright, what's 1v cooking up here? Find himself a nice safe crevice to Flak Tower into.
So if you analyze, all of this is happening because of the flash that Trouble got out of 1B, you know?
Side comment, the bank on the right actually died to the clam.
Oh, I missed it.
It is crazy to see how a good flash can turn the tables over, you know?
Yeah, definitely. Blood Bank coming back out. Putting some pressure here. Trouble. Does he have an angle? And once again, you know, I miss Pebble Shots so much. It's perfect to dig down, perfect for the D tower, perfect to apply the pressure, but instead we'll just drop a boar. Troubled though, for sure knows what he's doing. That boar is very, very good to apply pressure here. The question is Prickly Barrier the answer or not? I love this kind of stare off against the Arcanist and the board. Just the board looking at him like, yeah, buddy, I'm going to take a bite out of you. And 1B's like, nah, no thanks, I'm good over here. Alright. Do we see Trouble spawn yet another minion? He's only got 1 and 4. Yep, that's it. So Herd Mentality is a free to cast spell, and the Swarm also going to come out, putting a lot of pressure here on a 1v. If I'm 1v, I'm seriously considering detowering and porting. I mean, not porting. Yeah, detowering and porting to the other side of the map. Just getting himself away from all this. He could try moving right side and putting a seed, but he's stalling against the inevitable at that point if he's not going to be willing to actually get himself into a position which he can make some progress from. I'm just struggling to see how 1v makes progress from this situation.
Yeah, I think he might have been waiting for the Clam to hit Trouble in that hole, maybe.
It could definitely happen.
Yeah.
Okay, Flash comes out. That's going to create a nice gap.
This is not good for... not good for Trouble.
Huge damage. Does not quite break the shield, though.
Yeah, but now it's gonna definitely break, yeah.
Yeah.
This could be the turns of tables again.
Okay. We have finally a Storm Spirit coming out now from 1v. He uses some really splendid micro in order to get that sync there. Now 1v is in a fantastic spot. He's up to Storm Shield. He's up 50 HP. He's up to cooldowns.
Yeah, remember that's the clam that I called on Trouble. It happened. And that's the thing of if you can't close the game before the Armageddon takes too much power over you, you know? It comes too unpredictable. Especially this Armageddon, you know?
Yeah. All right, let's see here. The One Piece doesn't have protection shield available, I don't think. Okay, there's the pebble shot. So we clear a path down. It's trouble afar that we were looking to possibly unleash the spell, but at least somebody's carrying it.
Yeah, One Piece definitely.
All right.
Maybe he's gonna
Light
trap.
comes out. It's got to be protection shield here, though, right? Like, there's no way you just flew up here to expose yourself to damage.
He needs to trap him though.
Nice javelin. That's only going to get stronger and stronger.
I think Woodby can definitely hit that, yes, if he jumps. Wow, that's really nice BFTP there.
Yeah, big. All right, let's see. Okay, so we are seeing some aggressive spells come out. Ironically, from 1v. Not what I was expecting.
That
Big damage
TK
there.
on himself though, there, yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Good hops. Unable to find his way out. 20 seconds left on the clock. Trouble's got to figure out what to do about this HP deficit and how to avoid these bombs. Alright, Prickly Barrier to lock it up. We're starting to see some divide between the two sides of the map here. But Trouble is still just in a really tough spot. Has to be very conscientious of only being at 67 HP. The thing is, not only do you have to be conscientious of that, but you still have to come up with a game plan that can actually defeat your opponent and win the game. And right now, I feel like Trouble is very far from that, and instead just hanging on for dear life. Praying that the RNG clam gods
Yeah,
favor him.
definitely. It's gotta be the clams here to, that can turn the tables again to Trouble.
Well,
Here we go.
uh-oh.
Yep. Oh,
Big clam. But fortunately, it just hit the tower. You know, his tower timing was impeccable. Development begins again, but it's just so hard to make anything happen being infected by Prickly Barrier.
this is interesting. A good pebble can cause a lot of damage to Trouble here.
Yeah.
Or a Mega Boulder can even finish the game here, I think. If it bounces correctly.
Mega Boulder can easily.
If it bounces correctly, yes. Now he's gonna go for the save here.
Wow.
Yeah, this is not,
67.
not looking good for Trouble here.
Not at all. He should port. Get out of there. He's got a gate. Okay. Okay. An aggressive response.
That's a nice clam. GG though.
Yeah.
If 1v fails this shock bomb though, it could happen.
Nah, no way. Okay, there it goes.
GG, nice.
All right. All right. That
Go ahead,
marks
Ink.
the end of that series.
Mhm.
Some other updates around before we get into our next series. So Day beat Furbo 2-0.
Okay.
Dayona. Leohart beat Crimp 2-0. One of the longest series in round 2, the one that just finished, was actually Dominator and Finn. Dominator managed to win 2-1 against Finn, so Finn is out.
Wow.
And Zartek beat Kiyosagi 2-0, and I believe that's it. So I was thinking now probably the series we'll watch is going to be Dominator and Usman. I believe that's how you pronounce his name. He's had to correct me a few times on it. But before we get into it, I just wanted to give a quick shout out to our commentators for today. You can follow them, Pierce and oops, that is a mistake. That is a typo on my part.
No
Scoops
worries.
and Scoops and Eon, or Scoops and Wise Old Man. You can follow them at those tags. Not not Scoops. Pierce and my bad. Scoops was the one I
No, it's okay.
mistyped.
Scoops is
Pierce,
playing.
yeah,
Scoops is playing
playing.
today. Yeah.
Pierce and Wise Old Man, you can follow them at those respective handles. I will fix the tag shortly. As well as our host for today, myself, Ink, at the respective Twitch and YouTube tags. Thank you all for tuning in. For our next game, I believe we'll get into Usman and Dominator, who I don't think have started yet, but they will shortly.
Okay. So let's see. I'm going to take a look here. We've got 2Fun and 1B about to start their match soon. Scoops and Wongtong also about to queue up. And already in the middle of it is Union and Valuable. But which
Yes.
match did you say we're about to look at? Oh, Day is waiting.
Yeah, so some matchups now. Day is gonna play Wongtongs. Scoops is
Okay.
gonna play. Oh, sorry, Scoops is gonna play Wongtongs. Day is gonna play. Leohart for the second game. I think Day is up 1-0, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, who did you say we're about to watch?
Usman and Dominator.
Usman and Dominator, who was able to take out Finn. All right.
Some people were pitching Dominator as a favorite to win the New Players Tournament, if many of you remember that. They did get knocked out, I believe round 3 it was, and Finn ended up winning that, so quite
They
interesting.
Have history. They have beef.
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. I don't believe they encountered each other in that tournament. But yeah, the Usman is setting up the lobby now for Dominator, and we'll get into that shortly. In the meantime, I'll try and fix the command.
No worries. All right. So, one thing I definitely noticed is that we're seeing Sanctuary as a pretty indomitable spell so far in the tournament, and not too many answers from the rush books. Shock Shield somehow remains popular in light of the fact that Sanctuary is such a prominent counter. Wom, do you feel that the players are going to start adapting? And if so, what do you think the rush style of gameplay? How do you think it should adapt to dealing with Sanctuary? What would you do?
Well, when
Also,
it comes to
sorry, I know I just asked you a question, but the Dominator versus Usman game is now up. So we're loading into the game,
okay,
and it looks like Dominator has the first turn advantage, and immediately Storm Shield locks him after a beat to the P.
wow, we have
Yeah, you just Storm Shielded him right back.
yeah,
He's
Storm
like, get
Shield
off me,
action.
bro.
Yeah, Storm Shield on Storm Shield action right here, right now.
All right, and this is going to be a bloodbath. Dominator just immediately dropping a shock bomb. Shock bomb combo with the storm shield. Already dropped Uzman to 122 HP.
That's crazy. And
on
it's
turn 2.
2. That's the way I love to play, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Just
You gotta love to
not
see.
not wasting time, just like killing your opponent.
Just kill the
easily.
opponent. Just make them dead.
That's it. That's the game.
Who cares about a clan if they're dead before turn 8?
Exactly.
But this is interesting because now Osman needs to go defensive because of the turn advantage, you know?
Well, that's what you say. But Usman wants to play Living Tree to tag his opponent, whose shock shield is on cooldown because of the tree, and cook him.
He might SB him now.
I was thinking so too. He's got to be a little careful that his shock bomb doesn't bounce off the right side.
True, that could happen. Maybe a drain. Yep.
Yeah. Drain instead.
A BFTP can get Dominator out though.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
There it
There we
goes. Does he trap with Mud Ball here, or go for something more aggressive?
He might go
Brings him
for a Shock Bomb or Mega Boulder even. It's in a good position of the on the right of Usman to bounce a Mega Boulder.
Yeah. bomb?
Okay,
Is that collateral?
Nice.
Does he take any? 175? Yeah, he
Yeah,
does take
that's
quite a
game.
bit.
that's game.
43 damage. Okay.
Yeah, Usman's just gonna Mega Boulder in its game.
Taking
GG.
every little bit of extra credit. Straight down Mega Boulder here seems devastating.
Yeah, it's gonna bounce off his head. Yeah, definitely. Boom.
That's it.
That's the game I
Uzman
like
was not
to see.
playing. And yeah, that is exactly it. Uzman not playing any game. And Usman already back in the lobby. He's joined by his opponent. It's full now. Dominator. Gotta be itching to swing that back his way.
That might have been the fastest game of the tournament.
That might have been one of the fastest games I've ever seen. That wasn't a straight up resign. Tournament or no.
By the way, for anyone watching, I asked Machine actually about his strategy on game. His response was, "Bro, I don't know. I only play side on grassy. It was lost."
Oh my gosh.
I mean,
all of this
respectable.
micro for what?
I was tearing my hair apart trying to figure out what he was doing, but
Yeah,
he didn't even know what he was doing
He-
himself.
that's wild. All right, here it goes. We're into the game. Dominator versus Uzman. Dominator will get first turn advantage, cast a quick flight to make his way over the stage. And he's probably looking for a flash angle here. I mean, it's just the freest flash of all time. Yeah. Okay, gate over to the left side, but I don't think that's gonna save him. Well, stop him from getting flashed, that's for sure. But I think you have a couple of other things you need to worry about here. Okay, let's see. We've got Dominator attempting to lock up Uzman positionally. Finds a spot, pops on a Storm Shield,
Are we gonna
and
go
this is going to
another?
look a little familiar.
Yeah, it's gonna be another Storm Shield, baby.
I mean, Uzman can't port out. He was sunk already.
Yeah.
Clock
it's the
Tower.
power. Well, he can go just for Pebble if he has it, and keep on the pressure on him.
Agreed, but does he have it? Pebble doesn't seem to be a popular spell tonight.
I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy to me.
I don't leave my home without Pebble or BFTP, to be honest.
Arcane Bomb to free him
Yes, to
from the
me,
Mud Ball and hit the counter attack.
that's
I
the
love
best
the tech.
response to a Mud Ball. It's a Arcade Bomb,
Yeah.
from my opinion. It's the best response.
It is generally considered to be the highest tempo counterattack. Another Mud Ball will come out. I think you just Arcane Bomb again here, to be honest with you. I don't see
I think
any
it can be
reason.
FPV. Yeah.
Okay. That's a great reason. Looking for something stronger?
Now he can just, I don't know, Mega Boulder right into his head. Or maybe he's just gonna protect shield. He doesn't have Flight Dominator, so.
Mega Boulder comes through. Dominator now at the HP deficit. Sitting at 118.
Okay, so we know that Dominator doesn't have Flight available now. This is not very good for him. If I were me in this case, I would risk it, an SB, and just lob an SB, try to
Just
sink.
shock bomb him right up there and try and sink him off the left side.
correctly.
Like if you get it over his head. I
Yeah.
like it because he can't fly up, but if you hit the shock bomb at all, it's great damage. And if you sink him on top of that, it's winning. And I kind of agree with what you're saying because Dominator is not in a winning position. He's
Yeah,
trapped.
exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. He's trapped in the lower section of the map right there. On top of being trapped, he's down HP. He's got no flight. Taking a risk there sounds completely reasonable. That Mega Boulder gonna be extremely disappointing. We're seeing Uzman
nice.
go. Yeah, there it goes.
Now
This
he can
could
Storm
be-
Shield and SB Sunk.
Yeah, this could be an SB sync.
There it goes. Possible
Nice.
sink? Maybe not, though. Never mind, it's not even close. And he gets himself in the crevice right underneath. No pebble shots to dig out, though. Alright, protection shield definitely going to come out. Protect that flight. Make sure no shenanigans happen here. And the game is now slowed down. Both players. Just back-to-back protection shield. Satisfied with not moving and just slowly building up any advantage you can get. I'm not convinced that there's too many minions in their decks, though. But Slowing Gargoyle is available. Let's see how he returns. Aura. Aura is very good against the minions, but right now, he's got himself to worry about. Alrighty. Okay. Can you talk to me about the positioning of that seed? What is even the point of that?
I believe it's just drain food for him. That's all.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, it's gonna be a drain food, yeah.
Oh, that's a unfortunate one-way trap.
Yeah, it's looking a little slow now. Gargoyles in play for Dominator. Storm Shield comes on. It's almost making us miss the boars to cut that way to Uzman, but I think that it should be possible for Dominator to really start figuring out ways to get into that, like sink it, because right now it's with such an HP advantage, it's crazy. Okay. Uzman towers up, but let's see if Dominator's got any tricks up his sleeve to get this tower reduced with tempo. Does not. Immediately cast Drain Bolt, acknowledging defeat and saying, okay, you got this. Alright, protection shield. That's going to be 100 shield now layered up here. Uh-oh. Clam comes down. Gargoyle is safe. And the players are stacking. 70 shield for Dominator. One nice thing to notice is that Uzman is in a tunnel, very much protected against any possibility of a clam here, whereas Dominator is directly going to get punished for attempting to pressure in this regard. Will fly out of the Aura of Decay, but does he have any action? I think if he's just going to go for Tempo, Summon Gargoyle's got to be the choice here. Got
It's
another
interesting how the game phase slow it down at this moment.
Okay. And yes, there's another Gargoyles. Alright, a passing turn almost. Okay, here's Pebbles, finally. How do we answer back? We do have a clean pathway now to the flying opponent. Possible Mud Ball to lock in, gain some small tempo.
That pebble is really good. It forces Usman to get out.
Yeah.
And you know, while being towered, and you have protection shield while being towered, Pebble does a lot of damage to it. You know, I think it
Yeah.
almost makes double damage to the protection shield.
Yeah. Something pretty significant. Alright. Gargoyle's moving in now. And this might just be a free bite here. Alright, and yeah, I was about to say, it's a chomp angle. Give me those shields. Delicious. Okay. Uzman is now facing down a gargoyle. And even after he defeats this one, there is another one not too far off. Meanwhile, Dominator kind of just content to chill, ironically. Because he's not too afraid of much of anything here. But I don't know if he can afford to be so nonchalant. Yet another chomp. 93 is threat range for sure. Or 90, rather. Alright. Uzman, not really finding a good angle to attack, just throws up another shield. Here comes some clams. Not quite going to make it into the important sector of the map. And it's interesting to note, Dominator did not free themselves from the rubbish at the top of the screen, despite being able to just jump out. Decides if Blast to Pass is more worthwhile to still have copies of in the spellbook. Never mind, I spoke too soon.
Yeah.
Yep. But can he end the game? This is potentially endable.
I don't think so. How?
Not yet. That gargoyle's just in the way, or not. Rather, that storm spirit's in the way.
Yeah.
Here we go. Pass back to Uzman. Can we find Uzman doing something productive on the turn? Gargoyle says no. Stay in your cell. Alright. Gargoyles coming in.
I gotta say the game really took a step down of the facing.
Yeah.
It's interesting because now Usman needs to go. Oh, TQ it.
Oh, that's a really bad spot to queue.
Yeah,
That was,
really,
yeah,
really
definitely.
bad.
Yeah, I was not expecting a Q there.
But this is right. This is exactly what Usman was waiting for. A mistake.
Yeah. Shock Shield's gonna come and tag. And then Seed to lock it up.
It's gonna go for the double drain.
Almost for sure. Put yourself out of threat range. I don't see a great reason not to. Okay, there's the double drain you were speaking of before. HP value slowly going up. With the Armageddon raining on from above.
There's nothing much to analyze right at the moment.
I mean, the game is us waiting to see if Usman can find his way out of this hole and onto putting pressure onto Dominator's HP bar here. But for now, content to just have minions stacking as the gargoyles are observing ominously. Dwarf Gargoyle on the left side, that's going to heal back up if the game goes so long. What do we do with the other 16? Uh-oh. Oh. That was almost it for the shields. I mean, the shields are almost completely gone now. No, they are completely gone. It's just only up to whatever direct hits you get now. They're going to start sticking a little bit.
It's interesting because at the moment I will say Usman has the better positioning advantage because of the clamps, but Dominator has more minions and more viability because of it.
Yeah.
But there's not much more map left to go, you know.
Definitely not. I mean, the game, that is one good thing about the map, is that the Armageddon will bring the match to a close one way or another. The game will end soon. Because we're already up to 3 clams.
Would any of you like some updates on scores around the tournament?
Yeah, for sure.
So in round 3, Union managed to 2-0 Valuable, and in round 4 actually, 1v managed to 2-0 2 Fun. So 1v is our first semi-finalist.
Okay, good for 1v. Yeah, the winner of this particular match will go on to fight Oa.
Yeah, quite scary fighting somebody who made semis in their second qual.
Yeah. Oa is no joke.
Definitely is no joke. Definitely.
These two players in their previous qualifiers, Dominator actually has not played any, but Usman played the first one and got to the quarterfinals. So we'll see if he can improve on that with this one being his second one.
Well, at the moment, this game can go still either way. Osman was kind of at a severe disadvantage. I mean, Osman is still at a severe disadvantage, but isn't currently in range to die or under any significant duress.
Yeah, he's somewhat stabilized.
Yeah.
You know,
The question
I wanna
is, how stable can you be, though? Like, what's
yeah,
up?
I want to point out to something of the
Uh-oh.
there's an opening on the
Oh.
map about the gargoyle we have been seeing the way that people play gargoyle on this map on the tournament. We have so many gargoyles now. We have 2 gargoyles at 100 HP each, and the third one at 81. Like a dark defense with these gargoyles will do so much in these games, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I think Osman wanted to use the SS on Dominator. I think he's gonna go for him. I think this is gonna be a shock bomb. Yep.
Oh, nice. Really
Clean.
nice.
Right on the top. Very, very clean.
Wow. Oh, the clam. Oh.
Oh my gosh. Through the aura also.
Yeah, that's not good. Dominator has the gargoyles though. He could definitely trap Usman between the gargoyles here. Yep. That's my call. Nice.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't think he
And-
achieved it correctly though.
Yeah.
Oh, nice, bro.
Huge drain bolt there.
Huge.
Is there a Mega Boulder available still for Dominator here?
I believe so, if he has it in his book.
He might go for the sink here, Usman. Drain sink? Arcane bomb sink. Okay.
Yeah, he's looking for the sink here. Not looking for, he's found the sink. That is,
But now
That's-
Usman will be trapped because of the decay.
No, actually I think Osman does have a way out. So I won't say how, just in case, because we are on like a very short delay, but he does have a way out, and we'll see if he. Okay, the order expired. Never mind.
There's the way out.
I was gonna say the. Oh, that sucks. That's a really bad clams. I was gonna say his undead gargoyle could have tanked it.
True. This is practically GG for Dominator. Usman just gonna Mega Boulder him.
Yeah, it could be KO.
Oh, that's not a very good spot for a Mega Boulder though. Oh, he's running out of time.
okay, Seed Trap.
Yeah, he couldn't reach a good angle.
Oh no, the
to-
clams.
Oh,
That's a
no, no,
double.
no.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
baby. Okay,
And suddenly
Dominator-
the game got interesting because I think it's over. I think
no,
we're
he
gonna
can't
just-
get the gargoyle through there. But Dominator could definitely, if he knows.
Can he not get the gargoyle through here? Yeah.
No, it's GG. Yeah. Oh, that's sad, bro.
Yeah. Oh, just like that. Oof.
Wow. This is what I was talking about.
Yep.
The Armageddon and the power you give it to him in the game, you know? It's just too random, bro.
Yeah. I believe that was game 2, was it not?
Yes, we are going to a game 3 now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say, Dominator could have won that as well if he knew how to throw a bomb out of a tree branch,
Yeah.
you know?
Just stand at the spot, extend.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. But
That's part of the Arcanist tutorials as well, I think.
yeah, I learned a lot of useful stuff in there.
Yeah, the tutorials are very good in my opinion.
Alright. Usman is ready. He's got the lobby open. There we go. Dominator in the lobby. Let's see if they hop right into the game or if they make book adjustments. Here it goes. Game 3 underway. Usman has rolled up or die. He's going first, making progress towards his opponent. He's going to have a job getting through here, though. Probably Blast of the Past will come out, but he's got to make the decision quick. Because he probably wants to save Blast of the Past to set up the flash that he wants to use against his opponent. Not
Usman
really.
with the royal feat this game though.
Yeah.
It's got the crown, the cape.
Okay. Immediate clock tower out. I'm guessing we're going to see a retreat here now from Usman into Flight Protection Shield, which is a very, very common counter opener. Get yourself set up with mobility when your opponent commits an early tower. No, just chooses a Storm Shield and to wait. Storm Shield I like a lot because if your opponent starts setting up minions, you have the chance to get over them and take them out. No Blood Bank angle available either. Alright, he's locked up in a Forest Seed. Now Usman heads back. He can just walk out of this one, but does he have a way to get out of the gap? I'm not convinced. He's not convinced either. He's definitely out of there. Casts Flight, starts heading right back over to his opponent. He's got 17 seconds and a lot of map distance to cover. He decides against that. He's like, you know what? I'll chill over here. I mean, throw up this protection shield so nothing can go terribly wrong because we know that that his opponent likes to lob. Okay. Another protection shield with tower. It's going to be plus 125 HP from base. Okay. First Storm Shield proc goes down. Minus 30, but I mean minus 20, but it's already got a tower. So many defenses, and now it's gone! There we go, the Pebble Shot. Getting it live. Cooking him a little bit. How does Dominator respond to this? Mud Ball of his own, perhaps? But I mean, like, you have to be careful about... Oh, no.
Oh,
I was just
no.
gonna say you have to be careful about Mud Ball here.
No.
Because your opponent can blast to the pass, hop out, and then flash you off the right side. But what if I told you that if you just completely whiff a Mud Ball, that option is still available? And now I was really interested to see Usman drop down flash, but
He's just gonna go for Mega Boulder here for sure.
yeah, I'm thinking that as well. Humongous damage. I'm not convinced that Dominator can come back from this much of an HP deficit.
$175 HP deficit. Turn
Yeah.
5. That is brutal.
And Mega Boulder is being threatened as well. Oh, he Qs.
I think.
Dominator,
Wow.
he choked. Ran
Yeah,
out of
Yeah.
time.
I think he didn't really have much of a good response there. He could have tried mudding, but
Yeah, with the HP difference, it's too much. GG.
That's gonna
And
be
that's
it.
serious.
Usman, take that clean. Yeah. Game 3, a lot more dominant than the previous games.
Yeah, Usman just like went straight for the king outfit and just demolished the game.
And it definitely paid a lot of dividends for him. Solid gameplay in that last set there. Alright.
So we had Usman against Oa now.
That we do. Alright.
so we are now only one game away from the quarterfinals, which is second to last round in our qualifier. This tournament has been progressing actually quite fast.
Yeah, I was gonna say that everybody is itching to play and they're just getting their matches in there and done.
So the only
Go
game
ahead.
left in the round of 16 is Daona and Leohart. They're locked in a 1-1. perhaps we could either
You wanna
tune
speak
into
on it?
them or we could tune into
speak
the
on it.
Zartak Scoops series that's starting soon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no. I definitely
Oops.
want to watch their Texan scoops. We can watch it from the top. Let's see.
We'll tune in real quick just to see, I suppose, what the progress is. But they're in a tight 1-1 game.
Leo,
Or-
Hart, and Day definitely going out of here. And we're seeing a lot of familiar faces. Sanctuary, Gargoyle. You know, Sanctuary versus a host of minions.
We have a really high HP difference though between Day and Leohard.
Yes. Definitely a good opportunity for Day to just go for it. I mean, 158 health, 50 shields is not nothing.
I can
but
see the sync here. Yeah, I can definitely see a sync here.
This sync is very hard. You have to get the upper sync angle, but it can't be tilted too far up either. Cuckoo Clock, one of my personal favorites, to be honest with you.
Interesting.
Yeah. Alright, 138 HP. How do we answer back? We hop on our Pegasus, we get out of here. Okay. Jokes aside, it might be time for the zombie gargoyle to punish you for cuckoo clocking.
Interesting. Nice choice blocking the path
Listen,
and just
I
going
think
for damage. Yeah.
I think every turn where a gargoyle takes a bite out of somebody is a great turn.
You really love gargoyles as well, do you?
You know, it's not really if I love them or not. I acknowledge that they're strong in the event and in the format, and I also acknowledge that
You love them.
I think that Gargoyle is just very, very powerful, right? The amount of
Yeah, it
damage
is.
that comes from this spell, like normally this spell, the cost of it is an big boulder. Is that a kill? Not quite. 19 remaining. But normally, like the cost of that spell is HP, but you're far less conservative with your Gargoyle's HP than your own.
A lot of minion control from part of Leo, but it doesn't compare for
But
the
no HP.
yeah for the output damage that Dai has done to him
Yeah,
for him to set up their minions. You know.
agreed.
Yeah, he's gonna tower.
All right, and there's Pebble down to 9. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, there's not too much that Leo can do here.
Yeah.
Dai can definitely finish right now.
If he has a finisher. And he gets out. That will be
Yeah,
game.
that's it. That's it. All right. I believe that was
So
the
We have
yeah, that was
Usman
the
and
third
Noah.
game. We have Usman and Oa, as well as Scoops and Zartat. We could go to Scoops and Zartek if you guys would like. I believe they're starting their first game.
Very good. I will be right back. Just gonna
All right.
take a quick little restroom break. But
Yeah,
we
go
are
for
gonna
it.
get straight into the game, and I'll be back really soon.
Another alternative we could do is Union and Deona.
Yeah, I'm down to watch a Union game. We haven't watched a Union game this today, so
For sure. Yeah, there's a few people who we haven't watched some any other games. Some that we have, some we haven't. Union being one of them. Day we only watched one game in the series, so I suppose overall it's two opponents that we covered less of compared to other series.
yeah, definitely very interesting. And it was interesting that this bracket was bigger than the last one, but this is playing so much smoother than the last one. Makes me wonder about the type of gameplay and the type of player mechanics that usually go on toe to toe by these players that play, that really play slowly and really play like the game like chess, But in this one, it has been a lot faster, even when it's bigger, the bracket.
Yeah, I think part of that might be because of the DQs. Couple people withdrew pretty early, and others just didn't show up, so they of course got disqualified. Compared to, I mean, to be fair, this is more signups for this bracket than any other qualifier we've had so far, including, it appears to be qualifier 4 as well. So with that is going to come more DQs. But yeah, overall it has been moving quite fast.
Yeah, we have 14 DQs in total, right?
I believe that's correct.
Yeah, I counted 14. So that's wild.
That's about a quarter of the bracket.
That's the reason why it has been so smooth then.
Perhaps, yeah. I mean, to be fair, most of the other brackets had also quite a few DQs, around that number, maybe 10. Okay, Union and Dayon have started. Or Dayon
Yep.
getting first start.
Really interesting because I know Dae as a rusher. I've only seen him playing as a rusher in LTS specifically, and I know Union is a really good HTS. Not gonna say starter, but he knows how to play defensive both and offensive. So it's gonna be a really difficult match for both of them.
Yeah, so one thing about Union is he was a very, very well-known player in Arcanist 1. One of the elites, I suppose you could put him in that group. And so he definitely has some very solid Arcanist 1 experience. That is the Arcanist on Fun Orb. It goes for the flash here. Deona, on the other
Right on.
hand... Oh, welcome back, Pierce. So we decided, as we haven't covered really much from Deona, and we haven't covered anything from Union, where we've moved to the Union Deona series.
Yeah, definitely want to get a little bit of an eye on the action of these guys. I see we get a flash off the map there. Storm Shield, one of the greatest counters to the Blood Bank when you can take it with tempo. Because you get to develop your Storm Shield, doesn't really cost you the turn, which is one of the biggest problems with taking out the Blood Bank, while simultaneously doing it while your opponent's already at high health, not allowing them to get a good chance to heal up or get a timely burst healing either. Nice development, followed up by the Pegasus here. Now Union's got himself a ride to the opposite side of the map, and he can maybe choose to apply some pressure here, which you have to imagine he wants to do if he's running Storm Shield.
The teleport that the position that Dae choose of the teleport is really good for him. He just kind of chills right here and
Yeah.
just like gargoyles.
But that flash to me suggests that Union is not about to sit back and let Day get all towered up. Now, this is what I was worried about. I don't know why he flew his Pegasus backwards. I thought he would keep it nice and tight with him to try and prevent the seed cutoff, but I think he does not care so much about the Pegasus. At least not right away. The clock tower here suggests that there's a possible Pebble Seed coming out above his opponent if he moves to the left and aims it, up. Could rain right onto his opponent's tower.
To be honest, it is really weird for me seeing Union such an aggressive, like being so aggressive. But he must have a good reason for it, I mean, Dice definitely has the upper hand here because of the Gargoyle being 100 HP and the Bloodback on.
I thought that that flash was a little suspicious. Okay. It was Day who was actually able to get the first Pebble shot on his opponent. Now Union is down the HP, down the tempo. He's got to figure it out. I mean, passing your turn and all the tempo from the high ground in order to flash into the Gargoyle. I'm not so sure about that one, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm really interested to see how Union's going to bring this back. But I love the Ice Shield. Even if he detowers here, Gargoyle's not joining the fray, so really, really clean. A morph, and there's the detower. Into Sanctuary, getting rid of that Storm Shield.
So this is a double tower book.
It
Something
is
that
indeed.
we haven't actually seen from anybody so far in the tournament.
No, we have seen some Sanctuary like early on.
No, not Sanctuary. I mean, Sanctuary and Clock Tower.
No, that's what I'm saying. We did see that.
We
early
did?
on.
Really?
Yeah. In the first game we covered.
Oh, right. Oh!
A big whip. Big mistake coming up from Day there with that. If he was able to squeeze that through and get it onto the right side of Union, it would have been a little different. But this gives Union a big opportunity. Is he going to throw a big damage spell of his own? I'm thinking you just shock bomb him here, though. Three seconds. Union's got to move. Is he going to Q?
Yeah.
Oh
nice,
my gosh.
bro.
A near perfect Mega Boulder doesn't free the Gargoyle.
Oh, the clam? Oh.
That would have been crazy. There's a universe here where... Well, I was going to say where they actually just hits a Mega Boulder back. Okay, blast from the pass. Bring up a little space here. Cuckoo Clock, big damage.
Union can close it here with a good Mega Boulder, but the position is a problem here for Union.
Yeah, I don't think that you can Mega Boulder this spot. I mean, it's way too ambitious. Especially because the consequence is insta-loss. Two seconds. Rock Shield. Not quite eating up the tree. Blasted Pass comes down. Creating
And this
space.
is,
Now
this
Dave's
is
got a
gonna be
shot.
Mega Boulder.
He's positioned for Mega Boulder, but
Perfectly, yeah. GG.
Oh no!
Oh, damn, bro, that fucking bounce, man.
yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, it's really hard to line up Mega Boulders in here. I was not convinced. I think there were many other alternatives. Like, Cuckoo Clock looks really good in these spots. Nice. 80 damages.
GG.
Yeah, 80 damages. Two more. I mean, is too shy to You know what I'm saying, guys.
Yeah, of
That's
course.
just crazy. That Mega Boulder bounce was crazy, man.
So I'll note to maybe some new players who might be unaware of how Mega Bowler works. Depending on where you throw it from, um, is where the bouncing will come. So if you're standing on the left of them and you throw it to the right, it will bounce. It will take its big bounce left, and as you can see, that is basically what happened there. We are just awaiting game 2 now.
Yep. Scoops versus Zartak and Uzman versus Oa are both well underway.
Yes,
At the moment.
the only one I have an update on is that Oa is up 1-0 against Usman.
At the moment, Scoops seems to be positionally advantaged versus Zartek in their game.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it.
Alright, Union and Day both in lobby. I don't think either one of them switch up books in this situation. I think they just run it back.
Yeah, probably.
That game was a little sloppy from both players compared to what they would expect from themselves. I don't think either one of them is satisfied with like the overall state of play from that particular game representing them, so I think they just lock back in their same book and get back to running at each other.
For sure. It wasn't really a spellbook problem from either of them. More so just execution problem for
Agreed.
both of them. At least based on the first game. Who knows? Maybe the second game, the spellbook will make a difference, as we will be getting right into it.
Alright, here we go.
With Deona getting first turn this time.
Let's see, he's able to climb up directly to his opponent without flight. There is a sinkable angle, but it's rough. I mean, you'd have to blast to pass the cliff to the right of him in order to get underneath them. And,
Oh!
yeah.
Flash
Big
out,
mistake there.
flash
Big
out,
mistake
sync
there.
with tempo. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, Days immediately buried himself into a crevice because he's like, oh. Nice. Clock tower to break the wall with approaching pressure. And I absolutely love this clock tower. It's just so good. Clock tower next to his opponent, but he's got time to just drift left and shot him down with Pebble Shot if he's carrying it in this book. Let's see what happens here. Union, 8 seconds in, no movements. Storm Shield. Blood Bank? I don't know about Blood Bank here. I'm not gonna lie to you. That was like very tempo negative. We'll summon a Swarm to eventually take care of this.
That's a really good swarm because it
Yeah.
drops the blood bank.
Is it? Yeah, it's really strong. The nice part is he was able to heal off the Pebble Shots. Well, it was but an early Mega Boulder here will
Wow.
dome Day for half. I was really about to say, like, I wonder what he's cooking up here because
I really
we're not
don't
that deep
expect.
into the tournament. Yeah, turn 6, pretty much as soon as possible for the Mega Boulder to come out. Now we've entered back with the seed, locked up Union here, but he's still got his swarms to go through, tag for a little bit of extra credit. Did not manage to touch the living seed there, so he's gonna be able to micro the swarm, get the damage. But what is he acting all drifty for? I mean, like, I understand that this is a thing, but there's just no reason, right? Like, you just tag him and Cast a spell.
Perhaps for zoning.
Oh, okay. Stop him from escaping with the swarm, and then port in to immediately get to him answering that tree. Sanctuary is going to be okay here at best. He didn't have a lot of auras stacked up or anything like this, but it was understandable that you would want to summon some more HP to yourself while you could. Great pebble shot coming in.
Yeah,
Not
all he
allowing
needs
his
to do
opponent any
now
time
is
to
just
tower.
go for it.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm personally not a fan of that move. I think Deona actually had a better move there. I think that Union was in a very flashable spot, and considering he already gated, it would have been actually quite devastating. It was a difficult flash angle, though, but very, very possible. If an experienced flasher would be able to land
Yeah, I
that.
don't think it was a hard spot there to flash it, to be honest.
Not that difficult, no. But
I think he just
with
missed
some
it.
experience, yeah, you could definitely get it.
And he's out of there. They acknowledge that the HP total concedes the entire right side of the map, instead finds the only cave on the left side. And now we're collecting the army of swarms and charging left.
Just a protection shield.
Yeah. We're just gonna spend a little time buying time, including summoning a gargoyle. Alright, let's see. With that port being unanswered, the game has slowed way down, so let's see how Union starts to develop. Because clearly Day already had all the answers.
Clams are gonna start to come down. They kind of actually in a better position for the Arma.
For the Armageddon, absolutely agreed. And happy to sit here. Clock tower coming through, but
D tower. This is either gonna be. It's a TP, a very aggressive TP.
I love this TP. I mean, you've got the shock shield up, you've got the tempo. The only thing that you have to be worried about is, of course, the health. The only thing you really have to worry about here is just like unknown counterattack, and of course the gargoyle. But Blood Bank comes out. All right, now Union's got an opportunity to make something big happen. Drain Bulk to heal up. I believe he did tag the gargoyle there too for some damage. All right. Where to go from here? All right. Blast of the Past puts the gargoyle down.
I'm really surprised to see Union taking a really offensive strategy against Day here in these games. I've never seen Union play this aggressive, to be
Well, I
honest.
mean, when you have that kind of lead off the Mega Boulder, you really want to close down the game, don't you?
I think this is gonna be a shock bomb. Ooh,
Yeah.
not the best. Might not kill the gargoyle. Yeah, it doesn't. That's pretty bad, actually. That didn't kill the gargoyle. Oh, that's a bad jump.
And here it goes. The swiping commences. Uh-oh. Not quite. Union? Right now, he needs to figure out a way to negotiate this 67 HP gargoyle.
Bloodlust of his own. Interesting.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that was not gargoyle swipe. He's actually running that bloodlust.
A somewhat unconventional but aggressive spell, for sure. Wow, the swarm living on 1 HP. So now I guess the question is, does Day have anything to close out this game?
It's a
Or
great
does
question.
Union, well, I suppose Union does. But from the position that Day's in, doesn't look like there's
Yeah.
too many options.
No, and I'm very surprised because Union was definitely running a very, very strong lead coming into the mid game, but now entering turn 17, I'm trying to see how he closes it out versus Day. It's looking a lot harder than it was a moment ago.
For sure. Union definitely in the inferior position. Wow, this is so aggressive.
I mean, Union has been flashing towards his opponent the entire series, so it is aggressive but not quite unpredictable. Let's see how Day responds. So we have the spell to punish.
This is actually surprisingly good positioning on the flash.
All right. There's a chomp.
Bloodlust just to get rid of that gargoyle to start.
Alright, how does Day respond here? Just gets another blood bank up. Not really concerned if his opponent takes massive tempo control here with a big spell. I mean, if he throws Shock Bomb to the left, isn't it just cooked for Day? Alright. Well, yeah, this works too. The clams don't seem to be getting themselves too involved here either.
BFTP to D tower.
Okay. Getting the swarm active. Where's it going? Maybe a top block to prevent them from flying in or jumping out without getting stunned? Now we're just going to sit directly on the bank. Another Bloodlust down. 73, definitely a big lethal range. 103, usually safe, especially from this position.
Oh no, the clam! Oh, that's
Oh
game.
my god.
Wow, it's all about the Armageddon, you know. Incredible.
Just like that.
Just like that
Armageddon.
game turns around. To be fair, I think if Day does have Mega Boulder there, he probably wins regardless.
They will go to game 3, though. That was only game 2.
Correct.
Yeah, Union went up the game.
In other news, Oa managed to win 2-1 against Usman, so he is now the semi-finalist who will play the winner of this, and wow, we are in immediately.
Yeah. Okay. Union going first, drops an early clock tower in a way that cuts off the map. We're gonna have to take damage to bounce over, and that's gonna stun us. Yeah. Glide to stop himself from getting flashed off the map, and an immediate answer with Pebble Shot. I'm just not sure why he didn't just Pebble Shot without getting stunned. Or why didn't he glide over the tower? Like, he's gonna activate glide this turn. He wouldn't have needed to take. There was no need to take damage. It did not come with any advantage. Great shock bomb there coming out from Union. That's gonna put quite a bit of damage on today.
Oh.
Oh my
Weird
gosh!
spot to land in though.
Yeah, very fortunate that they had some land on the side. If there was none, he would have been sunk too.
Okay, we escaped the precarious position by first boarding over to the side and then towering up in order to make sure everything can run effectively. We've seen Union flash aggressively in these situations before. No, this one's just going to be a raw pebble shot. While he misses 3 of the pebbles, he's
Well,
near
that
detowered his
pebble-
opponent.
Yeah, that pebble could actually have sink, I think.
Yeah, if it was just a little bit more accurate. 3 pebbles did end up dropping off. Hard to hit, though. A clear shot now from Day onto Union. Mudball will lock it up. Stop any shenanigans that Union was potentially planning or getting into. Let's see if he blasted past his own. No, just decides to summon a swarm. That's going to actually take the tower already.
Mudball instead of Drain there is interesting.
Yeah, I'm
It-
quite surprised.
It kind of typically implies in that scenario, if you're using Mud to kill a swarm instead of Drain, it typically implies you don't have Drain in your book.
Well, one thing we do know is that he's going to need an immediate answer to this summon. Is that Union is going to need an immediate answer to the summon Gargoyle. Shock Bomb comes down. That'll take out the Gargoyle really quick. And he
And
gets so
hits
much
Day.
extra credit. Huge amount of damage on today there. Union in a solid lead, and this time we are turn 6. Mega Boulder's available. Far Seed comes. Let's see if Union has a way to keep the pressure. I'm thinking he just flashes here, like, because not only did he get that clean flash, he's got access to Day's position. Even if he can't walk there, he can shoot spells at him from this angle. If he walks underneath the tree, there's a crevice there. He could also consider flashing his opponent off the map, although maybe not so much due to the glide that just triggered. There it is. Okay, find myself a nice, homely looking crevice on the opposite side of the map. If I'm Union, I'm just warping right on top of their head.
For sure.
Yeah, like I'm just gating. Like you're up by 134 HP, man. Like, yep, there it is. He's got nowhere to go. Summoning is very, very slow here.
They might go for a Mega Boulder here, or a Mud.
I think Mega Boulder was acceptable. Mud, not so much.
The reason Mega would have been actually quite solid there is because Day does have the Blood Bank out. So they would heal quite significantly from it. Probably to the point where a Mega Boulder Suicide would not have killed Union. Or would not have killed him. Mega Boulder Suicide from Union, that is. That's all 4 Mud Balls used by Day, by the way.
Okay, here comes down a Seed. And Day is just doing everything they can to hold on for dear life. While Union's got this big lead, and it looks very unlikely that a clam is going to stop them this time, or a crab. I would just extended flash to the left and up here. Just clear out this whole space. Yeah.
And that's exactly what he does.
Do not give him any quarter. He's still 2 turns away from being able to gate. His tree is on cooldown. I think he's going to clock tower here, but even clock tower.
Oh, he does have drain.
Double drain. Double drain. Out of nowhere. What's Union looking for here?
Perhaps BFTP, the setup on the Mega Boulder.
We get to BFTP, but this is not a Mega Bouldering. Bloodlust. 151 health, standing right on top of his opponent. I don't see any way he can die from here. Day, on the other hand, in a very, very scary position. We're microing this here. Man, however, I'm not really seeing how it's going to help you survive this turn. 3 seconds. Okay, his gate was available on that turn. Oh, no.
Oh?
Oh no!
That's
GG.
crazy.
Damn. Well,
GG. Okay, at least in this case. I mean, like, that game was mostly already won by Union.
For sure.
Yeah, like, that position was not good for Day. And he also got in that position well before the Armageddon was, threatening any situation here. Scoops and Zartek finishing up.
Yeah, Scoops did take the first game, as we saw. We're gonna go into Union and OA for our first semifinals game. Reminder that winner of this series directly qualifies to the tournament. Loser of this series will still get plenty of points for qualifying, however.
Okay.
I'm personally expecting to see some pretty quick matches, considering OA, known as one of the most aggressive players in the game, very rush-oriented style, unlike some of the more slower control-based, minion-based players that we have seen previously.
Yeah, I definitely can expect that at this stage of the tournament, we're going to see some confident, accurate plays with some very pre-calculated strategies that are going to be designed to win consistently. So a lot more of what the wise old man was talking about at the beginning of the broadcast in terms of setting up aggressive lines that keep you in control of your own destiny.
Exactly.
All right, just to take a quick peek over at the bracket. We've got Union versus Oa. I believe this is a rematch from the last qualifier.
It is.
I believe,
Yes.
yes, Oa handedly beat Union, but it was a competitive match. It was a competitive match, but Oa emerged victorious against Union. So now Union has made it all the way back up to here. In the
Yeah.
process, defeating Day, defeating Valuable, defeating Adamite's Pens, and defeating Soul Sand, who I believe just didn't show for the match.
Let's
Yeah,
remember
let's-
something about that match before you
Mhm.
continue, my friend. The 199 ice bomb damage from
Yeah.
Oa to Union.
That's right. The one we've been talking about in Discord all week.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm getting the feeling it doesn't have Ice Bomb in his book today. But I don't know for sure, you know? You never know.
He has stated that Ice Bomb is his favorite spell. So
Ice Bomb is quite the spell. It's quite the spell.
we see turn 1 from Union. They'll just Shock Shield start.
Okay. Oa getting up close and personal. Is a shock bomber. Yeah, I was about to say is a shock bomber. That's it. You're just gonna eat 80 here. Is a lobber. He's lobbing. Alright, we tag for 25. And do we shock bomb back? How are you feeling today, Union? No, Mud Ball. Slow the game down. Right. Storm Shield of our own for tempo. I really like that because it's a great answer to just get back to tempo and force your opponent to pick an option of their own. Now there's a world where you flash left. Okay, clock tower of your own. Makes sense. Swarm on the right side. Right side swarm is not what I was expecting. Is Oa really just shot bombing through the slow hole? He is. But he missed up with the power. He wanted a high enough power to make sure that he could get the bomb through the hole, but he did too much power and it bounced back. And actually, I think it tagged him.
He didn't tag him, but it is
It
wasting
didn't tag
Shock Bomb.
Oh, that's right.
Wasting
No.
Blessing
He already
Pass.
took. Yeah, he took a storm shield damage before. I forgot. The Whisper, not quite gonna make it because of the Storm Spirit.
I think he was aiming for the Storm Spirit, by the way.
Okay, I get to complete repositioning.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
You greedy guy. There's no punish.
Yeah, there isn't really a way
Unless he
you
has
can
like Bell
capitalize too
or
much from
Skyray.
it. Yeah, I don't think he has aerials in his book, but he's just gonna create space here. It's still pretty bad for Oa though, if he doesn't have any like heal or sustain. Yeah, and Union wants to get to him. Union wants to close this game out.
Yeah, I mean you have to punish that shot bomb mistake. It cannot be ignored, right? Like you have to. This is a potential. We're on turn 8. There's a potential boulder. 1 second though. There is the boulder. 9 HP. I think it's time to go next. Flash
He
to the
can
pass.
punish.
Okay, flash him off.
Yeah,
And that's gonna earn him some tempo.
I think. Okay, he goes for
Okay,
Shock Bomb
even
instead.
better, because he needs it. He needs it. Yep. Blast him off here with 80 over 15, big difference. Union will port back onto the map. He's at 75. He's got to port defensively into a hole where he cannot be reached because otherwise Oa gets the finish. Now Oa is looking. I think he's going to look for maybe a Whisper Bomb. But if his opponent has Aura of Decay, it's just going to be over. So he'll clock tower and not take that chance. Very wise. Still, the tempo is somewhat restored. Although he's tied down to one spot, it's not completely miserable for him that he can't fight his opponent. Alright, Pebble to clean down. Mostly hitting the Pegasus with some brine damage as well. 30 damage on the Pegasus. Do we de-tower here? 78, yeah. And you just fly right up. Well, you can't fly up, but you can just jump out. Like, you don't need the Pegasus here. You just need to get through. Perfect. Now, how do you deal 78?
I suppose a Pebbles could work.
Pebbles is not dealing 78. This was a crazy ambitious... Oh, never mind.
What a Mega Boulder.
Really good positioning into that Mega Boulder.
What? But I was gonna say this is a crazy ambitious Mega Boulder, but Union's just him. He's that guy. He's got the drip. What the heck? All right, that was game.
Yeah, Pebbles, it could have mathematically killed there with the double damage and Oa being at 9 HP outside the tower, but with that tower positioning, it was definitely very dangerous. However, the Mega Boulder was probably even more dangerous. So...
I mean, he hit that.
He did hit it.
Just that guy.
He is that guy.
Alright.
And Union will take game one. One more game. If he wins it, he is directly qualified. And this would be actually quite good for him because he didn't have the best first two qualifiers. I believe he got eliminated in the second, or technically first round, if you exclude buys. And I believe the next one he got eliminated round of 16, if I'm not mistaken, or round of 8.
Yeah.
So, yeah, round of quarterfinals. So, getting a win here would be definitely very beneficial for him as we are underway for game 2.
Alright, here we go. Oa has first turn advantage, and he's in a great spot. Does he tower on top of his head here? He chooses not to. Drops himself here. He's not trying to get flashed off the map. He's trying to find a position where he can get a great shock bomb, but doesn't expose himself to getting flashed off the map. And he does find a clock tower position. He was running a little bit out of time. I'm not in love with this clock tower, but it does force a flight out of Union. It forces flight only because he has nowhere to go. He can't jump over the clock tower. And nowhere on the left side of the map looked remotely good. So
I think
it'll
he
be...
can get through himself there. Yeah. Maybe.
It's flight, it's protection shield, even blasted past in order to make sure he gets...
Oh
Yeah.
no.
Oh, he queued.
No.
Oh
Okay.
my gosh, he's off to
Yeah,
races.
yeah,
Immediate D-tower from Oa. He's jumping, crossing the
If-
map, over the anchor. Can he get over the anchor? There it goes. Now, mind you, even though it took all turn to fly over, it is much faster to jump than to fly. Past the pink clams. Through the green dots. Clears it. 10 seconds left on this clock. Can he knock him down, and how does he do so? Possible. Now, Oa has great trick shots here. He's not even going to look for one. Blast to the pass. Possible shock bomb to the opposite side. Perfect. Does he sink him? He sunk. Perfect turn from Oa. 1 second left to go on the clock. Now, Union has to pick a respawn point. I'm thinking he's picking an inner hole. Not too many inner holes to choose from, though. On the left side, in the second column of clams, there is a small space. Nope. Picks the inner hole there.
Yeah.
Go ahead, talk to me. Talk to me, wise old man. How you
It,
feeling?
wa- it there wasn't any really good spot for him to teleport actually because the hole that he's on the right, it's still unsecure because Oa can BFTP that and just bomb itself out, you know?
Yes, agreed completely. And now this is just gonna look like an. Oh, he's trapped in here. How do you? What do you even do? He's got no port. He's just under duress of the shock shield. Cannot move at all. You know, there's like Blast of the Past is gonna give him space to possibly shoot a spell.
Yeah,
But
you
where does he
know,
go? I mean,
Oa just knows how to punish correctly the opponent when he makes a mistake, you know?
yeah,
Onion
exactly.
cute, and Oanjo instantly just went for the SB sunk, and now it's
Yep.
just not letting Union make a move.
Even if you Blast the Past, you can get out of the situation of that little crevice. But can you even get out of here? Maybe. Yeah, you can jump out. I think you can jump out. No, he's not even going to jump out, though. That's a mud ball for sure. He needs to buy time. He needs time. He needs space.
Yeah, Oa says.
Okay,
oh,
tree. Nice tree. Nice tree.
I don't think it's too nice. Maybe.
But I mean, it's not the
Wow.
most delightful tree. First of all, also, I think Oa can just Whisper Bomb here. He might have Whisper Bomb, Whisper Arrow. Okay, he'll flash out. So the tree buys a turn. The nice thing about the tree, though, it also disables his shield. Double drain. No, it was a nice tree. Buys himself a turn, gets a double drain.
Yeah, it was, but it's just the difference too much in health, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it
The
was
mistakes
it
show.
was truly a great tree, but it doesn't make up for the outrageous
correctly.
deficit. And now this is a Mega Boulder here. Oh, never mind, a Shock Bomb. Probably better than a Mega Boulder, to be honest, in this position. Because a Mega Boulder wouldn't kill there. Put him right back in that tree, said, boy, get your back into your room. Okay, and we're out of there. We're running. Running for dear life. Does he not have Pegasus to spawn?
I don't know what's playing Union. What Union's playing now this game? Like I said, it's not like Union to be a rusher. I don't know.
Okay. We do see that Union is trying to buy that time with this here Mud Ball. Tower will come out mainly to clear space. I'm actually even a little surprised that he threw this tower. And Union's just like, bro, stay away from me. This gotta be a flash up though, right? Yeah, I mean. Have your fun, kid. Throw your mud balls. I'm coming for that ass. Does he throw another one? He does indeed. It's not even doing damage, right? Like, it's just tower damage. Mud Ball is so bad against tower. That's it. That's his last Mud Ball.
Yeah, but the question is, what else can he do? You know?
Well, the thing is, he bought himself enough turns to get all his cooldowns back. So he blew his entire load of Mud Balls, but now he has every spell up. Right, so I mean, his Clock Tower's cooldown for 2 more turns, but everything else is up. He's got his Gate available, all the other good stuff available. He's probably gonna seed him here again. Like, you hold this position, you seed him here again. And if you seed him here again, you can get a Clock Tower up. No, he doesn't seed him, he just Clock Towers without a seed. He also stalled out the game like 3-4 turns, which accelerated the players into the mid game, allowing the clams to become live. So maybe he is hoping that clams are going to be the answer to his problems. He's going to need the Call of the Clam Gods to make some work happen here. I love the Pebble Shot. D towers him, gets a little extra credit too, while keeping himself protected from the brine. That's big. Blast of the Past will drop him. Drop him and dip.
Yeah, so now Union
Good bait.
is just running.
He is just running, but that's gonna it's gonna buy some time for these clams to actually help him out. And number 2, it was really clean of him to bait Oa into a position to get blast from the pass and dropped, where he can now not fly and chase, and he doesn't. And Oa definitely doesn't want to port and chase either, so it's created a little bit of an issue for him. Nice. Nice. Very well played. Ice Shield blasted the pass to create the terrain necessary to jump out. Is he's found the angle. The micro is
Can we do
crazy.
it?
The micro is crazy. He's chasing.
10 seconds.
69. Yeah.
9,
No, he's there. He's there.
8,
It's Oa.
7, 6, 5. What's he gonna do? Wow.
Whisper
okay.
arrow. How much damage
Interesting.
was that? It was like 20 damage. Oh no, my fault. He had a shield on. He had a protection shield on.
I thought he was gonna Mega Boulder Suicide there for a second.
Does it kill? Doesn't kill, right?
In that situation, I believe it wouldn't. No.
No, yeah, it doesn't kill. Whisper arrow is perfectly fine. I mean, where are we going if we're Union? Union is just suffering right now. He's just suffering on the inside. Like, how can I queue against Oa? Like, what the heck?
The map really doesn't favor Union at all.
No, not at all. I feel somewhat bad for him. I mean, like, Oa is a deserving player, don't get me wrong, but you have to really feel for Union in this situation. He had the rematch. He had the cleanest of game 1s, right? Like, everything was coming together for him. And then to enter the game 3 like this, just queue it, like, and get so brutally punished by Oa's accuracy for his
Definitely.
mistake. Like, you have to feel like it's one of those things where it's like, okay, surely I got to play this game, right? Like, surely I didn't just throw away every chance I had of actually getting revenge and defeating my nemesis here, right? He's got 8 seconds on the clock.
Yeah,
He
can't do
cannot figure out what to do. I mean, like, it's so cursed. Pegasus to block the hole here,
GG.
but it's just Whisper Arrow through the
Whisper
tree,
Arrow,
right?
GG.
Yeah. And then that's a GG. Yeah, Whisper Arrow will, if he jumps over, I don't think this is the angle he really wants, but he could, yeah, no, it doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter, yeah.
GG.
Oh, GG. Oa will advance Union. You're a great player, bro. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. You stalled it out sick. You played to your outs the best you could, but Oa's just too goddamn powerful. And a little unlucky on that opener right there on game 3. Oa's going to take it. Union's going to try again in the 4th qualifier. Oh, what a game.
Now
How
on to
tragic.
game 3.
Oh, is that game? That was game 2.
Yeah, this is game 2. We're now
I
on game 3.
I thought that was game 3. Okay. Oh,
I
wait.
thought it was game 3 as well.
Yeah. Hold on. Maybe I'm getting way ahead of myself. I thought that was game 3. I thought, it took game 2. No.
No,
I guess
not. It took game
Control.
2. Union took game 1.
Yeah, I remember Union took game 1. I thought that was game 3. I thought I thought I had taken the previous game. I'm just trolling. Okay, forget about it. Union, you're still in this, baby. Let's go.
And Oa getting first turn.
Always got the first turn here.
That's
What
not
are we
very
doing
good
with
because I think he has major win rate when he goes first. So
Yeah, well, it's not very good for Union. It's great for Oa. Bloodbath
Wow,
opener.
Bloodbath.
What the heck? Tell me about this spell. I mean, I see it does 60, but what does it do?
it stuns the player, basically.
It says what?
It stuns the player. You can't move.
It stuns the player?
Yep.
Is that real? For how long? For one turn?
For 1 turn, yeah.
That's disgusting. That's disgusting.
It also has quite crazy knockback.
Oh, really? Like Shock Bomb knockback or more or less?
More really.
More than Shock Bomb and stuns the player.
I think Bloodbath has actually the most knockback.
Out of any
two
spell in the
knockback
game,
and
pretty
Arcade Bomb.
much.
Yeah,
more than
yeah.
Arcane Bomb?
I will argue that yes.
Why do I not see this spell in play?
Because it's a level 2 spell. It requires
Oh, I
Bloodlust
see.
to bring.
I see. What do you have to bring with it? Lust?
Yeah, Bloodlust,
It's
which
not even that bad.
isn't that bad for sure, but
But I understand. 2 slots in the book. Oh, okay. We see a mix up here from Moa. He's got Floating Castle, one of my personal favorites. And now Union's got to think about this, right? He's like, wait, what's going on? This is a completely different book. He just drops his castle. B to the P here? But he's not through. Then again, I don't think he needs to be through. Have you seen Oa shoot a shock bomb?
oh no,
Oh,
oh,
Sometimes shooting a shock bomb goes like that, and it gets him Mega Bouldered next
That's
turn.
the GG.
It's not GG yet. It's turn 5. He doesn't have Mega Boulder available.
but if he has Shock Bomb, that's gonna be devastating for Oa. Especially in a rush book. And he does
Never
have
mind.
Mega.
I lied.
2
He does
HP.
have Mega-
Max damage Mega Boulder.
Oh my gosh.
Goes for a trick shot, but yeah, he knows it's over in a
Union
situation like
take-
that. And congratulations to Union for qualifying.
Wow. Union over Oa. What a match. Honestly, there's so many things to say about that. I mean, like, they played such a volatile match. Like,
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna.
like what? Go ahead, talk to me, Ink.
Oh yeah, I was saying. I was hoping we could go straight into the scoops in 1v game, but it
Yeah,
looks
we-
like. I'm not sure if that game's even happening right now.
I think Scoops and 1v were waiting for that game to finish so that we could.
Oh, okay, yeah, for sure.
That's the game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they were.
In that
Yeah.
case, I can bring maybe either of them in for a quick interview.
Yeah, sure. I'm definitely. I would love to talk to them after that game. Like,
If the 1v and Scoops game starts, I'll have it in the background as we like interview them real quick. But
all right. So Scoops has started his lobby.
okay, so Union has said yes to an interview.
Yeah. I have to say, this tournament has kind of gone by very smoothly. You know.
Yeah, it's gone by quite fast. We are pretty much at the last series.
Yeah, exactly.
When we
Very
and
last
Scoops.
game. Yeah,
It's only been
the
about
very
3
last-
hours. And
Yeah.
there's Union. Welcome in, Union. GG's.
Union.
Yo,
Welcome, Union.
Yo, how you feeling right now?
Oh, finally, bro.
Oh my gosh. Okay. The most obvious question is the first question. So, you're in your final game of the tournament, and who is across from you but Oa, the very same player that knocked you out in Heat 2, with his 199 Ice Bomb?
Yeah.
You queue up. How you feeling about this match going into the match?
I mean, I don't know if it was nerves. I don't really get nervous too much. It was more of like, I'm right there, and I gotta go through freaking Goliath. Gotta win it.
That's a great way to describe Oa, Goliath. Because what a player that guy is.
Yeah, like I knew it was gonna be rush, and it was gonna be like quick, intense. Lots of damage, that kind of game. Map gen. If Arma comes into play, it's always 50-50. But I mean, I'll be honest. We both made a bunch of mistakes. I mean,
Sure.
He made some that got me the win in the first place, and then I made some that got him the win. But all in all, I mean, it was great. I'm like happy I was able to finally qualify. I'm like, do I have to play another freaking qualifier? Do I have enough points? But no, I mean, it was a. I mean, I don't know what time it is from. I'm guessing it's late. It's like 1:20 a.m. here.
Yeah,
So
same Eastern time.
it could be fatigue. It could be all these matches. It's just. I mean, a lot of those shots aren't shots that he normally misses. So I did get lucky in that sense. But I'm just happy it was great. And
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I totally feel you. As far as shots he usually hits, I mean, that second to last turn where he shot that shock bomb and it just missed and it fell back down, hit him in the face. That is not a shot that I would expect Oa to miss. Like, I would bet money on him making that shot, most of the time. Like, if it was like, $100 on the line, I'm putting on Oa to hit that shock bomb. So it was really, really surprising to see him make a miss like that. But there were a bunch of different situations, kind of like you said, where you both were a little mechanically inaccurate. So going into game one, right? You actually had a really solid game one. We just kind of cleaned it up really quickly. And after you came out of game one, obviously now you're up 1-0 in your best in your best of three. How did you feel at that moment going into game two when you had the lead and you had the advantage?
I mean, it was nice I got the win, but I didn't really feel like I had the edge or, like, oh, I'm right there. It was like I knew going to this next match, like, it's just gonna be that much harder. So any mistake, if you could capitalize, like, it's over. So that's kind of how I looked at it, and of course it happened, and he was able to win it. But yeah, it was like only until that end where the misplay happened where I was like, oh wow, I can finally win.
Yeah, I
Where
have
I had
a
a bunch of
question.
relief.
Oh, before you ask any further questions, I'd like to welcome in Oa as well. GG's,
Oh, my
Oa.
man.
Hey,
Welcome
how's it
in,
going, dude?
Welcome.
dude. Oh my gosh.
What?
That was a heartbreaking shock bomb. Second
Oh,
to
yeah.
last turn there. I mean, things were looking so good for you. Oh, I have to ask you, right? So, in game two, right? Union is just coming off of his win. He had a very solid performance in game one. And then just out of the opener in game two, he Qs, misses his turn. And your punish was so mechanically accurate. I mean, you just hunted him down the entire game and did not let him breathe. Foot on his neck the entire game and took such a dominant win game two off of his early mistake. How did you feel going into game three with that level of control in game two?
Yeah, so in game two, I made a giant mistake of taking out Glide. I knew he was going to take out a few of his spells because the majority of game one, we were just kind of like doing the back and forth of Mud Ball Tree, and it was I felt that he was probably going to. I mean, I would assume that he wouldn't do the same thing, given that there are so many damage spells I can take that heavily punish that kind of play. Like I could take like Dark Matter Bomb, for example, and there's so many like caverns on these map gens to really punish, just kind of like setting up in a hole. So I took out Glide and saw that he started with Glide, and I felt like where he was at, if I took Glide, I felt like I wouldn't have even had to rely on the Q, because he was in a spot where I could stand, get a 75 damage Ice Ball, have Glide up, and just be in control from the very beginning. But when I saw him Q, in my head, the game was already over, and I think he thought that too, because
It felt that way from the spectator's position, I'll tell you that.
because at the end of the day, like, getting the Shock Bomb off, he's in... When you get that first Shock Bomb off, they're in threat of dying in 2 turns.
Yeah.
Because they're at 170, and then it's 1 BFTP Shock Bomb, they're at 85, then 1 BFTP Shock Bomb, they're dead. So having that pressure, he doesn't really have a chance to set up as long as I don't make a mistake. So I was just counting down, tried not to get flashed off, don't give him any kind of tempo advantage, count down his mud balls. Once he used his 4th one, the game's just over. As long as he like went to the left, a flight prodded. I kind of had to like, because I didn't have glide, I kind of had to like creatively get over there, and then just make sure that when he goes to hide, I gate, like after he treed me, I gate to a spot where he can't just gate away, gate to a
Right.
spot on the map that can get anywhere by foot. But yeah, I mean, in my head, when he queued, because I've done that plenty of times, like where you're doing the input, but it doesn't go through because it's in the very last second.
Yeah, yeah.
The only thing going through my head was just don't make a positional mistake, because then the game's just over. As long as I maintain the pressure, the game's just over, because he just like a Q in this game is just so detrimental if your opponent punishes it correctly. So going
Yeah.
into game 3, I thought that the momentum was with me. I just old habits die hard. Sometimes I just do not take my time, and that's been like the number one reason I've lost in this qualifier. Like we have 30 seconds, and I'll take my turns in like 4, and it's like as soon as he like I saw that his mud ball left me that opening. If I saw a shock pop opportunity, and I just kind of like. It's like, oh, okay. If I land this shock bomb, I'm probably gonna win. Like, because in order for him to trap me, he has to put himself in flash range where I can damage him with flash, and then it's like, there's really no good way to go about it unless he uses tree. But I mean, it was a really high risk move, so like he deserves the win. Like if I don't land my shots, like it's just I don't deserve the win, so that's perfectly fair. I think he for the most part he played very well. Like the Q is unfortunate. That's not really like that happens to anybody. It's happened to me a million times, so like
Sure.
I understand that. But I mean, overall, I mean it's good. Like I think we usually have pretty dynamic games because he has a very strong foundational understanding of the game, and like he doesn't typically give too many opportunities to attack, which is what makes Rush so interesting. Is like if you're playing Rush versus somebody who is playing defensively, then it's all about utilizing your spells in position to try and like get around the traps that they do, and then that's like a whole like that's the bulk of where the strategy comes from. So it's always fun when somebody understands the pressure you can provide, and they kind of like keep you at arm's length, because then it's like a cat and mouse type of situation.
But I think that dynamic games is definitely a great way to describe what we just watched there. And speaking of that, so Union, I have a quick question for you. So what do you feel when I think about the concept of what Owa just said in terms of dynamic games? Game 3, right? After he wins game 2 pretty decidedly after you queued, right? In game 3, he suddenly opens up and he casts Blood Bomb on you, I think it was.
Bloodbath, yeah.
Bloodbath, that's the one. And you're stunned, you take 60. I wasn't expecting him to even change books because of the way that game 2 went. It just seemed like it didn't really make sense to change books. I kind of felt that you would want to lock back in the same book and not queue, and then he would probably also want to lock back in the same book feeling confident with the way that the previous game went, and that is obviously not what happened. So when he comes out game 3, turn 1, and shows Bloodbath, what were you thinking? Like, how did you plan to deal with whatever it was Owa was bringing to the table? Did you have an idea of what his Bloodbath book might have looked like? Did you have a game plan in mind from that turn? Just give me a little bit of your thought process once you saw that spell come out.
Yeah, I mean, he played it last time. The last time we matched up, so it wasn't a full surprise. My only concern when he shot it was, is this gonna land in a spot where it's gonna explode into like space, and I'm just gonna go flying? Because like Magma has like the really huge blast radius, or like it'll send you flying. So that was my only concern. I wasn't concerned about getting stunned. I wasn't concerned about like really how much damage it could have done. I was hoping that maybe one of those little spikes might have hit him. It would have helped out, but I knew once I saw that it bounced on my head and I didn't sink, I was like, all right, cool. Like I know that I can just throw mud or something. Like he can't really do much at that point. So I was able to buy myself a turn. But it really just came down to like the RNG of it. Like, is it gonna send me flying, or is it just gonna keep me in a position where I can still do something?
Well, definitely in terms of being able to still do something, you definitely were able to do quite a lot that game because you were able to take the game 3 off of Oa, who was able to defeat you in the previous qualifier. Oa, back to you for a second. You, unfortunately, I believe, lost in the semifinals of now 2 qualifiers back-to-back. Are you planning on playing Qual 4?
Probably not. Just because I think I'm like a theoretical lock for the main event on points anyway, and I kind of
Correct.
feel like
I think that's true.
I don't want to take the opportunity away from somebody else to get potentially points who are playing in their first qualifier here, and like Zartek, for instance. So I don't want to ruin the chance for anybody else. The only reason why I played in this one is I already planned around it. Like when I saw that it was at 10 p.m., like I plan my weeks typically in advance. Otherwise, I have stuff going on.
Right.
So I already planned it, so I was just like, man, I'm here. It's either I'm doing this or I'm playing Arc anyway, just doing a different thing, probably playing
Right.
against
Fair.
Joker, who's been spamming randoms, but like, so I probably won't, because I'm gonna get in it anyway, and I don't want to take the opportunity away from somebody.
Yeah, I think that's fairly accurate. I mean, your scores, clearing semis in back-to-back qualifiers is going to be as high as you're going to get in points, in terms of points. I think that you'll definitely be considered for the top 16 throughout the qualifiers as well, So
yeah.
Obviously, I can't speak with certainty, but if you do the math,
I believe
pretty good.
he's mathematically qualified. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, there's so many people like right now I think we have Scoops versus 1v. Both of them are contenders that I think could take down the whole thing, and it's like
100%,
if one of them, this is both their first entry, right? So like if one of them loses, I want them to be able to potentially make it on points without having to win in the next one. So like, because I think it counts the best of your first 2 or something along those lines. Like I don't know how like the math works on like the various win losses when you're calculating it. So they may have like a better spread of like wins losses to increase their chances to get in there. But like, regardless, I'm pretty this is my first tournament, and I don't usually get nervous, but my play style, I don't know if you guys have noticed, it's really, really easy to mess up. So like, for me, it's like if I am playing nervously, I'm gonna lose, because it's just you don't like what it just takes one miss and you're pretty much out
your
of the
first
game.
tournament?
Yeah, I signed up for one of them before, but then I didn't do it. So I mean, I did the Satella 2v2 Elementals tournament, but we got me and Scoops got smoked in like the first round, so we didn't really participate. But yeah, this is my first like one-on-one tournament that I've competed in, and so yeah, I like getting the experience, just because a lot of the players that are in the top 6, like, and that have already locked in, I have a ton of experience against. Like, I've played against Cryo like 100 times. I've never played against Goal, but like, I don't feel too bad about it. But like, the only concern of mine is like whether or not I get into a game and I'm playing from like a nervous, like I'm playing nervously or scared, then my playstyle just doesn't work. You have to play confidently, otherwise it's never gonna work. So like, I kind of wanted, to play today as well to get that kind of like just extra experience of playing, when the wins actually count. Because I'm so used to like just playing so, lackadaisically that it's just, it doesn't really, because it's like if I win, I win. If I don't, I don't kind of situation. But like with this, it's like you really want to take every single match as far as you can. But yeah. No, I mean the games against Union this time and last time were both fun. And I enjoyed playing against people that understand the matchup a little bit, and they don't just like it's I think one of the most difficult aspects of this game is knowing when to attack and when to defend.
Agreed, 100%.
And I think Union has a pretty great understanding of that, and that's a very difficult thing to teach. You really have to just learn it through repetition, and that's what makes the game so fun. Because it's like when people when they make that mistake of like playing too defensively, the game's kind of boring for me. And then when they play it, that make the mistake of playing too offensively, the game's kind of boring for me. So I
Yeah,
just
that was a thing that I was gonna ask Union, because I know Union, and I have experience playing against him and with him, and I was curious about Union. Why did you decide to go with such an offensive approach when gaming or playing against OA in these games?
I think. Also, wait, you asked about Day and Oa?
No, just basically OA.
Oh, well, so I knew that. I mean, I knew he was bringing some sort of rush book, or at least spells that can put a lot of pressure and do a lot of damage. So it's one of those things where I was trying to balance out that like offensive, defensive, but not too much defensive, because that kind of bit me in the butt last time. And I was like, okay, like, if I'm going up against like this type of player, I also need to apply pressure. Because if I don't, he can just keep hurting me, and there's no way for me to come back. So as long as I was able to like somewhat counter what he did to me and just provide some damage, even if it left me somewhat vulnerable, I knew that I'd be able to, stand a chance. Because like he said, if I just keep playing defensively, he's just gonna keep destroying me. Whether Twister Bomb, Whisper Arrow, Shock,
Yeah,
Mega, whatever.
It was just weird to me watching you playing aggressively, like on the first turns, even. You never do that. Like, you never go offensive in any games that I watch or play with you. It was weird.
It just shows the versatility of his style, because he was able to switch up and play an aggressive style and bring a lot of success, and I think that really speaks volumes to his caliber as a player, that he's able to not be so one-dimensional and bring the style and strategy and books that he thought would be best for the situation, best for the map, and best for his opponent, and find success with that. So really well done to Union for qualifying here in Heat 3. Well played by OA as well. I do agree exactly what you said. Your playstyle is, very, very high mechanical skill base. I love watching you play. I love seeing you practice. I was just saying on the comms while you two were finishing up the game that like that shock bomb at the end that ended up losing you the whole thing there. I said I watch a lot of OA games, and if you bet me $100, does Oa land this or does he whiff? I'm putting money on that bomb landing. I've seen him land way harder shots than that, so he has to be kicking himself now to drop that shock bomb and to have it miss. But
definitely, yeah.
Really well played to both of you for sure.
He's gonna be very interesting main event for sure. I look forward to playing if I make it. But yeah, congrats.
Right. Last question to both of you. So right now, you've got Scoops versus 1v. I believe we just saw 1v win game 1. Who are you guys rooting for in the Scoops 1v match? Union, you first.
I mean, I have a little bit of bias because 1v's
that's okay.
My boy, so
that's okay. Have all the bias in the world.
No, I mean, ultimately, I'm rooting for both. I want both of them to make it because I know they're, at the top of the ladder,
Sure.
as really great players. So in the main bracket, I don't care about winning or losing. I just want to be able to play against these really good opponents and learn from that experience. So I hope they both make it. Now, if it's just down to them two, I'll give the edge to 1v. He's my boy. And man, he's been playing out of his mind lately. So it's exciting to see what he's doing and how much he's grown as a player.
Okay, and Oa, how you feeling? Scoops, 1v, who you got?
Yeah. So I think that when it comes down to it, Scoops, I think that 1v has a mental block when it comes to rush. He usually plays really poorly when or maybe not really poorly, but he plays worse when people are rushing him aggressively, and Scoops has the ability to do that. I think that if they're playing a more strategic, slow, controlling game, I think 1v has the edge. He has a lot more experience doing that, and that's typically how he plays.
Okay.
So I think it really just depends on how Scoops approaches the match. I think that he's probably going to try doing something slower and get punished for it. But I think, if he decides to switch it up and play something more aggressively, like something with Ice Bomb in it, or he has so many different rush books that I think he could probably flip the script. The interesting thing about the best of 3 is that you really can just flip the script and just completely take someone off guard and win back-to-back really snowbally games.
Yeah.
Because if you win one game and change your book up entirely for the next one, that second game could easily has the chance to just be a one-sided landslide victory.
Yeah,
So,
especially if you're very good at predicting how your opponent's gonna adopt,
Sure,
or rather
yeah.
adapt to whatever you just won with.
Absolutely.
Agree with that 100%. All right, so I do believe we're about to hop into game 2 of Scoops versus 1v on that very note. Any final words from either of you two?
Fun fact for you guys, because
Sure.
I had tuned in at the end of, I think it was it game 1, right? Where I won with the, I mega bouldered for the win. I think it was.
Yeah, that was a really
So
The
so
clean boulder.
So listen, fun fact. I thought I had pebbles. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't have pebbles, and my first instinct, without even thinking about it subconsciously, was, oh yeah, let me jump out of tower and just pebble it, because that's 10 damage and that's GG's. And as soon as I got to the top, I'm looking at my spellbook and I'm like, wait a second, I don't have pebbles. What do I do?
Oh my
So
God.
my only thing was a do or die situation where O was saying here, you got to hit your shots, right? If you hit them, you win. If you don't, you lose. So I just went for the mega. I was like, the only way I get this is if I try to hit the land, right? Just enough times so that it detowers him and then gets that last one. And I was able to pull it off, but yeah, it was funny because I overheard you guys saying oh, he can just pebble. Usually I have pebbles in the spellbook, and this time I didn't, and I was like, ah.
yeah. That mega boulder was really good.
That was
And
one
you
of the
did, it
best
caught me
mega
off
boulders
guard.
I've seen.
Yeah, it was really good. It was perfect because any other bouncing I would have won because like you said, you had to hit me. You had to hit 3 times to detower me and then still hit me. So yeah, that was very, very well played.
Yeah, thank you. But no, it was awesome. I had a lot of fun. Thank you guys for casting and hosting. I'm excited to see what is it, tomorrow's qualifier.
Yes, tomorrow at 3 p.m.
Yeah, since I won't be competing, I'm happy to take over with commentation or help broadcasting. Hopefully I can talk to some
excellent.
of these guys.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was amazing playing with you, man. As always, you always make me a little shaky, but I'm happy I was able to make it, and yeah, I'm pretty sure you'll qual, so I'm excited to see when the main bracket comes out how it plays out.
Yeah, it's gonna get spicy. Oh, any final words?
I think Union hit the head of the nail
on
pretty.
the head. Yeah.
The nail on the head, pretty on all of that. Yeah, I'm very excited. If I do qual, I look forward to potentially playing again. But yeah, I mean it's been a good experience, and regardless, I'm not gonna play in tomorrow's, even if So if I don't make it, then I'm just gonna be happy to watch. But if I do make it, then I'll be excited to play and hopefully play with a little bit more restraint and maybe even cook up some secrets.
When he says restraint, he means accuracy.
Yeah.
Kokomoa.
But
gentlemen, thank you so much for coming through tonight, for playing these games, for coming in for the interview. Union, once again, congratulations on your advancement into the main bracket. Oa, probably the same congratulations to you for just terrific back-to-back performances, getting the semis both times. We are going to move into finally winding it down and seeing what's going to happen between Scoops and 1v. We're in game 2 of the Scoops 1v matchup. 1v was able to take game 1 over Scoops, but as we know, you definitely can't count Scoops out from here. So I'll bid you gentlemen a good evening. If you're tuned into the stream, thank you so much for watching. Thank you, of course, for playing. And as soon as Scoops and 1v queue it up, we're going to be ready to go.
All right, man. I'll be watching. I thank you for shoutcasting. You're really, really good at this, and I enjoy watching you.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, thank you guys. I'll see you.
Peace
Have a
out.
good night, guys.
Have a good night.
All right,
Alright.
that was Union and Oa. In the background, we had, of course, the 1v Scoops first game of their semifinals, where 1v took game 1. We'll be moving on to game 2 now, as
Perfect.
they've
And they
just
are
started.
into the game. Let's see. Turn 1 is going to be towards Scoops. Down a game, but looking for his opening. He's getting blocked off by these green bubbles. He's not going to be able to make any aggressive tempo on his turn 1. He's got to feel a little bad. Did he not take flight? He has boar.
So one thing that Scoops is typically known for is he is a very anti-flight guy. He does not like flight, doesn't like taking it. So he's built a lot of his playstyle around not taking flight, and so I don't expect to see flight from him.
Well, he's passed the tempo straight over to 1v, whose blast of the pass knocks the boar on top. Is he going to get a double lock Mega Boulder here? I mean, not Mega Boulder, Mud Ball. Yes. Now the boar will be able to eat up and towards, so that could also free 1v. I mean, not 1v, free Scoops. If he has his own blast of the pass here, he could just get out, and that's it. Now he's no longer has the need to pass this barrier here on the right. He's got his opponent right there in front of him, but does Scoops have any aggressive action? I mean, he gets to deep flight him for free, but he doesn't have Blasted Pass available to deep flight him into a big punish, so he's possibly just going to counter Mudball. There we do see the counter Mudball. The common counterplay here would be for 1v to simply Blast from Pass out, jump. He's not interested. He's going to immediately convert the zombie. You know, and I was wondering if he was going to look for maybe like a flash onto Scoops there, try and sink him, but it's not going to happen, and that's going to give Scoops the option to do something aggressive. Depending on what spell he has available, he could see if he can take out both minions in one shot, but the terrain is not really favoring any great angles for the spells. Blast from the Past not giving him the angle he wants here. He's 1 second. Verdant Javelin does take out the Swarm. He's still got his Zombie Boar coming for vengeance. Takes 17 here. And now 1v, a chance to make progress. Does he now decide to get himself out of this top side? With the Central Partisan primarily removed. Blasted Pass, jump out either left or right. And maybe do something aggressive. 9 seconds on this clock. He's thinking. He's not moving. Summons his own boar. Just giving Scoops something more to think about. Scoops siddles his way out of this one. Gets this zombie boar off of his head. He doesn't have an easy jump through the middle, though. This jump's not easy at all if he wants to go to the other side. That'll be his third out of fourth Blast from the Past here to take out that first boar. Maybe he goes for the double kill here if he has a spell strong enough to take out the second one. Nah, just flashes it off the map. That way he preserves ammunition. Very well played. Both boars disposed of. Now, 1v finally decides that he's going to go and play himself. Oh no, but he's still trapped. His Blast from the Past just doesn't free him from a tiny pixel
This
of
is really
terrain.
bad for this is really bad for Wimby because he cannot do anything. He cannot tower. He cannot do basically anything, and it's a really good bad position for him. The only thing he can do here
Well,
is
if he has a
Calibra.
bomb. Okay. Go ahead,
That's
what were you saying?
not very good because now Scoops can just shot
Just leave.
bomb.
You
Yeah,
can just leave. Yeah.
he could
What I was going to
whatever.
say is, due to the layout of the terrain, if he had a bomb, he can maybe do a trick shot where he throws the bomb up and over to the left, and it bounces off and off that slope on the left of the pit and hit Scoops, depending on what bombs he's running. But I mean, like, it's just bad. It's just bad for 1v here. All right, Harmony in play. With the Gargoyle now charging up.
There comes the gargoyles.
Second Blast from the Pass. Now 1v's out, but he's also down an extra Blast from the Pass. He's down on tempo. Does he have a plan? He'll put himself in a corner here. You know, the first thing that comes to mind when I look at him being in this corner is that Ice Bomb does a lot of damage. Like,
Really?
do you see what I see here? I don't know, like, I don't know if Scoops is an ice bomber. But-
Yes, he is, but I don't think he's playing it now. Sadly,
I mean, this looks juicy.
he is a nice bomber though. I don't think he's playing it now.
Okay, he just trees him off. He trees him off. He's not having it. Alright. Now, 1V's got a few options here. He can take his time, maybe flash out the right side. If he is predicting his opponent does not have flight, as Scoops is not showing any flight, he doesn't have any great way to actually get to the right side. So it's going to actually just free up a path that his opponent can't really take advantage of if he flashes off the right side. But no, he's just going to gate. And I'm a little surprised to see him gate
That's
there.
not a very good gate.
Yeah,
at all.
I'm just not seeing the big advantage of this gate. I mean, I think that for sure Scoops can get to him and really punish. But right now, Scoops struggling with the micro. Yeah, okay, here we go.
That's just fatigue, literally.
Yeah, I think so. 1 second.
Q?
He
Wow, that's fatigue, definitely.
It's fatigue for sure. These players
Yeah.
are just tired. There's no way, like, these players are tired for sure.
Yeah, that teleport for 1P and now Scoops, yeah, wild.
Yeah, I mean, he like struggled with that micro, and like Scoops is like, for those of you who are tuning in that are maybe a little less familiar, right? These guys are not just any guys at this game, right? There's a reason that they're here in the last game of the tournament. All right, these are extremely high caliber players that are quite obviously fatigued if they're making these kinds of mistakes.
It's kind of sad, both and funny to watch, to be honest.
Yeah. Dude, this is a good flash angle here. If you just aim it up and to the right a little bit, I don't even think you have to extend it. Just a little up and to the right.
I think it's risky.
No.
because
It's too
point
much.
the shell.
Yeah, that shell is just peeking. It's hard.
Yeah,
It's too hard.
yeah.
Yeah. It's too hard. Sanctuary. Okay. We retreat from the sanctuary. Okay.
Okay, taking a step back, I see.
I mean, I like the boars here. Give your opponent a turn in the sanctuary. It's not really much of a need to rush, per se. You can
Yeah, I
just
guess.
start to build your tempo, continue it. I mean, it's as you said before, too. The 1V is really, really good in his slower, methodical games with a lot of planning and strategy. Nice. Oh my gosh, this
Really
barrage was
nice,
so good.
actually,
Is
yeah.
he trapped? He's not trapped. He was almost trapped, though. He was almost trapped. The boar's gone. He's lining himself up for, like, Mega Boulder or Pebbles. No, it just goes and throws a Mud Ball for 25. Or... Alright.
Oh!
Oh my
Damn,
gosh,
bro.
the bonus points. What the...
I saw that for a second like a sink in my mind, but it's okay. Okay, so now, because of the barrage of balls, the
Yo,
jump
they-
is complicated.
Yeah. You also
They
have
can
to...
still, yeah, they can still make that. I was
Yeah,
the,
he could
they're
definitely
just
make it.
tired. Yeah.
What
they're
I was
just
gonna
tired.
say is you have to be very careful because this is Armageddon coming after this turn.
True. No, won't be just like no, I'm out.
Okay. And that's a great spot to power up because it means you're going to avoid the brine. I think he realized it last second that the brine was going to come. He didn't want to take any unnecessary damage there. I mean, just taking 18 off your tower is just not really economic, you know?
Yeah.
Now, Scoops, still just chilling in his sanctuary.
Really, really chilling.
Very much chilling. Does he have a gargoyle active somewhere? He does, right? Now he's got a second gargoyle. Okay. Well, minus 12 off the gargoyle. Alright. A little scooch to the left. A little scooch to the right. Are we throwing a spell? How's 1v feeling?
What's he gonna do? He gotta kill that gargoyle.
I think he's gonna cast Summon Swarms. But yeah, I knew it. I was like, no. Look, sometimes you just get a read on players. 1v was a Summon Swarms type of guy. Yo, we chomping? How you feel about a chomp right now? I'm chomping. I'm chomping him. There's no way I'm chomping the swarm, by the way. No way. No shot. I'm for
I
sure.
will actually.
You're chomping the swarm here?
Yeah.
Nah. I'm biting this tower. He's chomping the swarm. He agreed with you.
It's about the minion superiority, If you have the ability to overcome with minions
Yeah.
while you're being defensive and your opponent is also playing defensive, you should go for the minion.
Definitely not wrong. Another thing to note is also that we don't get a KO on the gargoyle from Drain Ball.
Oh, interesting pebble there.
Big D towers him. Oof. Dangerous, Clem. Scoops is at such an HP disadvantage. And mind you, don't forget this is game 2. This is game 2. So Scoops right now is on his last life. He's got to pull something out to be able to defeat 1v from this position. He's only at 95 HP. Suddenly, that previous position where he could have thought about an ice bomb was looking kind of good, no? Alright. He moves his tower, gets his HP back.
Nice.
Nice pebble.
Pressure. Really nice.
Huge
Yes.
pressure coming out here. Scoops
I don't know
gotta
what-
really find an answer. I mean, what do you even do here?
Yeah, like there's no much space to teleport in as defensive as well. So
Yeah, I'm very surprised he didn't park the gargoyle on the right side. I mean, I guess in his mind he needs the gargoyle in order to win the match. But I think he needs...
Mega Boulder here is a GG if he can get it a good one.
Well, he can always D-tower, right? Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
D-tower, toss the boulder so that it lands in between his opponent and the tree.
Yeah, but I don't know if I want to risk that. to be
Yeah, I don't
honest.
know if I want to risk it either. It doesn't seem good, to be honest with you. I think there's just so many
Maybe
better
if Woody
ways
can-
to make
yeah,
progress.
If
I think
Woody can-
Mudball here is just crazy, right? Like,
he has gargoyle free.
but why does it matter?
Oh, Javelin. Okay.
So, okay, you say it has gargoyle free, but who cares, right? Like,
Yeah.
at this point, you have so much HP. Even a Mudball tempo to trade with the gargoyle is like still in your favor. That's just the
Yeah.
HP deficit is just crazy, right? Because
Yeah,
I mean, it's not even just about the position of Mudball and what it does for you. It's also about the damage of the Mudball is just relevant when your HP is this low.
Oh, he's gonna go for a triple drain, maybe.
Does look like it. 6 seconds.
Yeah.
Big triple drain there. 137 HP back. That's gonna take him out of pretty much all lethal ranges here.
Yeah.
All right.
Really nice, actually.
Very, very good.
He bought
I
himself out of
I
shot.
actually thought 1v would just triple drain back here, But I guess he does want to be conscientious of Summon Swarm. If he triple
I will
drains
Mega
back.
Boulder. I will put up. Yeah. Nice.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay.
Perfect.
Well, he's deflighted and bit. No, not bit. Close to bit. Not quite bit.
I don't think he can be flashed in this angle now.
I was looking for the flashes. If you get a nice extended flash aiming down from the left side, you could possibly put him up and over, but I'm not seeing it. Like flash is not strong enough there,
Yeah,
and that left side gargoyle is just too much in the way. Yeah, I don't see a flash here.
Yeah, there's no way. No.
Yeah, I don't see the angle.
But
And
don't
I
know
look
what
for
this can
the
do.
angle of return. I don't see it.
Okay.
A seed slows down the game there. Nice seed.
I will
Seed
just
does
teleport
two
right
things
out.
here. Say again.
I will just teleport right out if I'm 1B.
Here, yes, I almost always teleport out of here. The biggest thing to think about too is that you do not want to give Scoops the opportunity to get a double drain turn off here
Yeah.
because you have so much pressure You want to just keep the tempo as much as possible. You trade your gate for the seed, and it's fine.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
It's completely fine to trade the gate for the seed. You're up this much HP. As long as you don't put yourself in a position to get sunk with flash or something of this
Exactly.
nature, and you don't give your opponent the opportunity to double drain for 60 HP back, yeah, the
That's
tempo is just
not a
really good for you.
spot.
Okay,
That's
well,
flashable.
that is
100%.
extremely flashable.
100% flashable.
That is extremely flashable. Scoops, oh my god, lands the
So
jump on the
easy.
first try. Yeah, it's free.
He saw it. Yeah, it's so easy.
And his gate is cooldown. Like,
yeah,
this is a
it's
disaster for 1v. No.
very bad game from Wombi here.
Yeah, extended flash a little bit
Easy.
below him, and just
Yep.
pop him up and out. Yeah, that's easy. It's an easy flash. Big mistake from 1v coming out there to allow himself to get flash. Oh my gosh. Scoops has depression for sure. Okay, where does 1v port back in? And how much HP is he losing?
Yeah.
Like, how much HP? Oh my gosh.
Damn, that's so sad, that teleport, bro.
Yo, nobody ever say that 1v doesn't love his fans. Because he's trying to give a game 3. Like,
109 HP left.
oh my gosh, no way. Oh my
No.
god. What's happening? Okay.
That's, well, at least Wombi now chose a good spot to
It was a
teleport, because-
great spot, but like Scoops is in such a good position here. Before, the point of the previous port was to be able to have the tempo. You know, you trade the tree and then you don't let Scoops play.
Yeah.
Scoops can... No, he doesn't have a move to draw. 1v is still over 100 HP.
He's cleaning terrain with the tower.
Wow.
Oh,
Oh my
yeah.
gosh.
Yeah.
Dude. Okay, does he have Pebble Shot? Pebble
No,
Shot?
yeah, he has.
Pebble Shot is so good. He has to make sure he gets all 10 damage extra, yes.
Wow, he went for direct pebble shot. Interesting.
Yeah. GG? No.
Ooh. Those
All right.
climbs, man. Yeah, so if I'm Scoops,
If I'm
Um,
Scoops, I'm gonna blast to the past, and then...
I'm Boulder.
And-
Yeah.
Well, yeah, like...
Try for a 121 Boulder. That's like the only play that I can
Well,
get.
if you get the blast from the past to knock him down,
Oh, T-choke.
well, this is a choke. Yeah.
Tower?
He doesn't have it.
Harmony? Gargle? Okay, yeah, GG.
Yes, GG. Oh,
Shock Bomb Suicide should do the work, I think.
yeah. Or even just boulder, right? Like,
It's risky in that position.
if you stuff the boulder, it's like 100% no. I mean, okay, like, it doesn't matter. Like,
Nice.
it's any spell. It's any spell. Like, and that's it. It's 2-0.
It's
1v.
you.
Yeah, 2-0.
That's it.
That'll be the end of the tournament. I cannot imagine Scoops is happy about this ending. There's just no way. If I'm Scoops, I'm so tilted.
I really think fatigue played a hard role into this final match that we
Yeah,
just saw.
it's super late, you know, and
Yeah.
I definitely think I mean I've seen these guys play tons of games, and I know that they're even the micro was not what we would just generally expect from them. You know,
100%, yeah.
I'm interested to see their perspective on the game. All right, we've got Scoops in here.
Yeah, both of them are gonna come in for an interview. Welcome in, Scoops. GG's.
What's up?
Yeah, what's going on, Scoops? GG.
Oh yeah.
So we'll just get started right away, and I know that 1v will be here soon. So Scoops, my first question to you is, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling drained. I really started getting fatigued there, and
Yeah, you know, we fully expected this because both myself and the Wise Old Man, we were talking about it. We were watching you play and watching your micro, and it seemed apparent to us. By the way, 1v is waiting to get dragged. It seemed apparent to us that you were not at the peak of your game there. You know, from the micro to the accuracy to the movement selection, you know, it didn't seem like the Scoops caliber gameplay we have come to expect from you. You know, and I
Well,
hope
that's
you're
very
not.
nice of you to say.
Yeah, I mean, I hope you're not.
No, but it shows. Like it was.
It showed. Yeah.
It was obvious, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thanks. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I wasn't losing my patience, but I was getting fatigued. I wasn't noticing as much. Like, once in that first game, when I jumped into that barrier,
Yeah.
that's when it hit me. Like, oh yeah, I'm really like losing it right now. And I think that was also a really difficult matchup, and in order to win that matchup, I needed to be making like a lot more long-term plans, and I was just kind of playing.
Right. You know, we saw just quite a number of mechanical inaccuracies. There was a turn you queued. There was
Oh yeah, I forgot
game
about
one
that.
where you missed the not the mega ball, the mud ball towards the end of the game. Just general micro. We could tell it was fatigue Scoops, and we don't hold it against you. You know.
Yeah.
On the other side, we got 1v. Congratulations, by the way, for advancing through Heat 3.
That teleport, bro. What happened with that teleport, bro?
Yeah.
So I kind of misjudged on how high he could jump. I actually didn't think. I thought that was like the perfect teleport that would like let me get back into the game because my flight was on cooldown. So I didn't want to go somewhere where I would be stuck. So I went over there thinking that I could just jump back up and kill him after. And then once I saw him easily jump on top of the brine and have a clear path to come flash me off, it was just that was pretty embarrassing.
You have to go back and watch the replay. 'Cause me and
Yeah,
Wise Old Man were just
Yeah,
like,
we
oh
were like,
man,
what the fuck
One
is
Piece
One
got
doing,
this.
bro?
Yo,
I mean,
we're
I
just
wasn't
like,
sure
dang,
either.
One Piece in such a dominant position here. As soon as we saw Scoops
We
put you
were
in the tree,
literally asking why, bro, why there? There were so many good places to teleport, and he chooses
Was there?
the most flashable.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was, bro.
it was.
No, I think it was a good. I thought it was a good spot, and
I
I
think you
didn't
were both
know
really
if I
tired.
could. I didn't know if I could jump that until I tried, and it was just like pixel perfect. But I also think that it was definitely a chance, but I wasn't able to drain you off, and then I got hit with the clam, and yeah, it was just all over.
So there was a point in that game, you like threw a mud ball at me and stuck me up against like the border on top.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if that was game 1 or game 2.
that was 2.
Okay, so
That was game 2. And then you blast from the pass on left, and you had the
Dude.
tiniest piece of terrain. Just
that was
owning you.
the biggest like unfortunate thing that happened because
It was
had
terrible.
I been able to get out of that, you were like in kind of like a perfect mega boulder position,
Yeah.
and then I would have just been winning from then on. But unfortunately, I fucking somehow sorry if I can't cuss, but
You're good. You're good.
I blast from the past, and I'm still stuck, and I don't want to teleport out because I felt like I had some tempo on him, so I dropped a snare that kind of really didn't do anything for me.
Yeah, you definitely did have the tempo on him there because due to the starting position, Scoops wasn't able to get, I guess, what you would consider a more favorable opening.
Yeah, it was the scuffed opening.
Yeah, the partisan in the center with the green circles does not favor flightless books because the best way to open in that kind of situation is to use flight protection shield or flight mud ball and set yourself up this way. But because Scoops was running a flightless book, he didn't really have an extremely strong opener in a situation where he couldn't access his opponent and couldn't get a good you don't want to tower and allow your opponent to do whatever they want on turn 1.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And you don't want to not
say,
get a setup. So it was kind of scuffed for him. And
I will say on
for you. Go ahead.
On that map, I think Boars on turn 1 is probably as strong of a move that you can have.
Yeah.
So
I agree.
Even if he wasn't able to get to the other side to mudball me, I actually think him summoning a boar is better.
Yeah, well,
I
the best move is summoning
think that
boar,
boar's
like,
good.
and trapping you with either myself or the boar. But I wanted
you
to say
actually-
in that opening, yeah, the BFTP was unfortunate, but at by that point, I had already burned 3. Like, it was such a scuffed
Yeah.
opening on my part that I was just burning a BFTP every turn to not be losing immediately.
Yeah, you tried to get through the opening partisan, and you BFTP'd that did not break through. I mean, the whole. I do not think. I do not think this series was particularly fortunate for either of you, but I guess all's well that ends well for 1v.
Well,
That was a
I
good game.
think on game 1, I think Scoops had a very good opening. He
Yeah.
was able to kind of trap me, and then he summoned his boar where my bank was hiding at. And yeah, I think that went really well for him. And I think I ended up just kind of leaving and going to the other side of the map and setting up over there. So I think he did well on that. Can't really remember the details on how he lost, how he ended up losing that one, but
It was
overall,
so close.
I don't think.
Like-
Sorry, go
No,
ahead.
you-
Well,
I was
towards
gonna
the end-
say,
Go ahead, Scoops.
the ending, I detowered because I saw a line where I run over there, I got the HP advantage, and I spear you out of your flight protect, and it looked favorable, but I just like didn't even see a barrier, and then I just like I detowered myself, hit myself for 30, and yeah, total blunder.
Yeah, I got pretty fortunate on that because I think up until you hit yourself on my snare, I think we were kind of dead even.
Yeah.
I did get pretty lucky that none of the clams ever freed your gargoyles.
Yeah,
I think I got pretty lucky on that end because had those things been running around, I probably would have lost.
yeah. I think gargoyles are actually really strong because of the clams. Like they'll get trapped, but then they'll go to 100 and they can get freed again. And
Right.
I wanted to ask you 1v. What do you think about the flight versus flightless matchup on Ocean? Like, ignoring like how strong boars are and all that. Like, what do you think about the matchup?
So I think if you're gonna be flightless, you need something to be able to like move around the map. Like you need glide or something because sometimes the map, like how that came to was there's like something splitting up the middle, or there's like it's a really high map gen. So I don't think it's as yeah, I guess what's the word for it? I can't find the word, but
Necessary.
as terminating, you know, because if you don't have flight, then you need to waste a spell slot to bring glide or leap or something.
Yeah, true. I see
So
what you're
you're
saying.
You're only plus 1 spell slot. It's that big of a deal.
Yeah. Yeah, it seemed like a pretty tough matchup. Like, I think that you're really skilled with Flight Protect, and so, like, all the other people I've played in the tournament, I don't know. It definitely felt different that time.
I
Felt a
actually
lot harder
prefer
to play.
I actually prefer playing flightless. It's a little bit harder to play flightless, especially when you're on like 30 seconds because it's a lot more micro intensive. You have to get all your jumps accurate.
Yeah.
And it just eats up in your time. So it's
I was feeling myself earlier.
Yeah, one thing I noticed watching throughout the tournament, especially in this particular heat, was that one of the MVP spells is Sanctuary, which is very, very good against Flight Protect because it eradicates all the shield off your opponent with tempo and even takes them off flight oftentimes, especially with the relatively low ceiling of the map. A lot of times you end your turn in a way that you can climb up to the flying player, knock them out of the sky, and take off pretty much any buffs that they have on and any protection shield they have on. Shock Shield's very popular this tournament, and Shock Shield gets eaten up by Sanctuary as well. So I think that having a flightless book in your arsenal can be really, really good in a lot of these matchups, especially the aggro matchups, which just are getting completely shut down by Sanctuary. That being said, as you mentioned before, you definitely need to make sure you're having really on-point micro for the movement, because a lot of times the movement is really, really demanding. in these maps, especially with certain gens. So, moving forward from the flightless versus flight conversation, obviously, 1v, you're qualified now to go into the finals. Scoops, you did not secure a guaranteed spot. There is a chance that you could still qualify just through points. But do you plan on playing in the event tomorrow in order to try and squeeze yourself up into that main bracket as well?
I just want to clarify with that. Mathematically speaking, I believe Scoops will be qualified, regardless.
Oh, really?
Very good.
Yeah, because if you reach the semifinals, you get so many points that it's very hard to get knocked off. Like you would have to, in order to like get into the semifinals and not get knocked off, you would have to like have dropped a bunch of your games on the way, and then someone who made the quarterfinals would have had to like 2-0 all their games on the way, and then get 2-1, and then have a 2-1 in the semifinals. I think that's like the only way it can like switch up. Otherwise, semifinals is a lock. So.
Okay,
yeah, you
I'll
should
trust
be good.
you. You think I qualify?
Okay, so Scoops, pretending that Ink didn't say all of that, and try and debate you into getting 17th place and missing your spot.
Sound like a debate.
Do you think you're going to be playing in the event tomorrow?
It's at 12. I might just play, get a couple points. I don't know. I don't want to like drop out or anything. So if I do, I'll probably commit. I guess I don't know. I'd like to know if I've qualified or not.
Yeah,
It's
you should.
technically impossible to know, right? Because a lot of it depends. Like, we don't know who signed up for tomorrow.
Yeah.
The
Wait.
signups end an hour before the event starts, so anybody can sign up, anybody can place. A lot of things can happen. You know, I will also though add on to what Ink mentioned is that it may be that some of the players who have already qualified, we may have information are not able to play in the main event, so that even actually frees up a little bit more leeway for the players that are competing for spots there as well. So it is true that semifinalists are, while they're not locked in, they have a very, very strong chance of.
It's like over 90%. I would say Scoops, looking at
Even
your
with a
qual,
bye.
Yeah, looking at your qual, you had like 2-0s in all your like previous rounds except 1v.
Yeah.
So because of that, you're gonna get, I think, 105. If I'm remembering correctly, probably 105. Which will be, it'll put you
That's
like
my power level.
you'll be guaranteed. You'll be mathematically guaranteed. Yeah. So.
Okay, awesome. Hell yeah.
Yeah,
All right, that's great to hear.
A
Now-
top
I might
16
play.
bracket without Scoops is no top 16 bracket at all.
Granted, you could still you're still allowed to play in the next qualifier if you really wanted. 1v can't, because he's
Yeah.
already top 2. But yeah, if you really wanted to, you could. It's up to you. You have nothing to lose by doing so, except maybe your free time. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I kind of did like block out that time just in case, because Machine was my first game. I was
Yo.
like stressed. You guys don't know how often Machine beats me. Like he run like you saw him whip out Pixies. Like that is the bane. That is my kryptonite. Like Pixies stall will just like, I was just in a good enough headspace to beat him. But he's like besides 1v. Machine was the other player I was like the most worried about.
In the whole bracket.
So I told myself if I get eliminated round 1, I'm going to a techno show.
Yeah, I did see this post. You did post this. But in the whole bracket, it was Machine and 1v.
Yeah.
Because there were some. This was a stacked bracket, guys. I mean, like, even
Yeah, but
on the other. If you look on the other side, right? Like you're looking at Union and Oa, very, very strong players. Beneath that, I mean, you've got Day, Uzman, Zartek, and Tufa.
Yeah.
Like, it was not an easy one.
No, but that's based on like games. Like in practice in the rated queue, Machine and 1v are the ones that are like most likely. Like my win rate is probably the lowest.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, talking about win rates against particular players, assuming you both get into the top 16 bracket, I mean, you guys have an idea who you're likely to meet there. who are you looking forward to fighting, and who would you like to avoid? I'll throw first the question over to 1B.
I'm looking to facing off versus Cryo.
Okay.
He's kind of like my little nemesis. But I'm kind of anxious to play against I think Goal.
Goal.
Yeah, I have probably I played him probably over like 100 times, and I probably won about 4% of them.
Oof.
So yeah. So yeah, I'm anxious about playing him.
I see. And what about you,
For
Scoops?
me, I honestly, I don't know. I'll probably have a more substantial opinion when I see the bracket, but to be honest, I really, really want to get a game against Goal because I've heard so much
Okay.
about him, and I've never been able to play a game. Like I actually got a game with him today, but it was like Prezzies. It was unrated present game.
Gotcha.
But yeah, of all the like, I don't know what you call them, the best of the best. Like Goal is highly regarded and just like impossible to find a game against.
It's interesting because you guys both know I spectate a lot of games. I spectate a lot of your guys' games as well when I'm sitting here studying, prepping to get ready to cast events like this. I'm sitting in just spectator queue and peeping who's online, and I do not have many games of Goal watched myself, even just watched. So Goal is like right now the little mystery factor, I guess.
Yeah, we
Unless
don't even
you're
we don't know
1B, in
nothing
which
about
case
him.
you just know that he's gonna whoop you. like
No, I am curious. I'm anxious just because of my win rate against him, but I'm not anxious because I think he's completely better than me in 30 seconds. So he's mainly like a 7 seconds, 10-second type of player.
Got
In
you.
30s, I think
My kinda guy.
it might just even out a little bit. He obviously has more experience and I guess like game knowledge than me and micro ability, but I think if I have a chance to beat him, it's definitely in like a higher time frame.
Okay. Got you. So 1B is looking forward to facing off against Cryo. Wants to dodge Goal. Scoops, though, wants a piece of Goal. And who would you like to dodge, Scoops?
Who would I like to dodge? 1V, dude. 1V.
1B, stay
He just know how
away.
to beat me.
Stay
1V
away
just
from
knows
my
how to
boy
beat me.
Scoops. Leave him alone.
Like I'm not even talking like I don't know aim, positioning, whatever. Like 1V just knows how to beat me. I don't know. I don't know how to put it any less esoteric than that.
No,
But
So
that made
when
perfect
it came
sense to
to
me.
when it came to this qualifier, Scoops is actually one of the players I didn't want to verse off. And I based off of him using boars. I really dislike going against boars. I feel like I have to think extra hard and play extra sweaty just to neutralize them. And I actually changed up my book to play Scoops. I brought boars myself, and I brought Swarm in order to steal his boars. And I also brought a snare as like a little counter for boars. So a lot of my playstyle versus Scoops was based on him having boars. If he were to switch it up and rush me, I think I actually brought Harmony just in case. So I was kind of prepared for him.
I knew you weren't going to let me rush you. I need more books, though.
It's actually interesting because something that the wise old man said as we were going into your set was he said, Scoops definitely has the ability to turn on the rush and put some pressure onto 1V, and he thought that would have been Scoops' best chance to win if he rushed down 1V, because he says 1V is more calculated player in a longer game, where he's able to strategically, outmaneuver his opponent as opposed to just like have to deal with it from a mechanical rush standpoint. He thinks the wise old man thinks you're a bit weaker against that kind of playstyle 1V. So it's interesting to see that you said you were just like super prepared for rush and that you weren't going to let him do that, because wise old man thinks that was Scoop's best chance to win if he were to have tried that instead.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think
I wouldn't say I'm the rush.
No, I mean 1v had like 8 different spells that are like perfect for beating. He had Bank, he had Harmony, he had 2 towers, he had Mudball, he had Mega Boulder, like he had Drain, he had Tree, he had Swarm, Flight Protect. Like it's not gonna. It just wouldn't have worked.
I see, I see. So let's talk about the spells this tournament a little bit, right? So a couple of things that I've noticed have evolved throughout the tournament, right? Boars, as you guys mentioned, was very, very popular today. I didn't really see boars that much in Heat 1 or 2. Maybe some boar books here and there. But boars really turned up today. I mean, it was Gargoyles that was originally emergent. Sanctuary, very, very strong throughout the tournament as well. But the boars technology is, I guess, not newer to the overall metagame of Arcanus, but definitely newer to the tournament metagame. Talk to me more about how these boars came to be and why you think they ended up being so powerful.
1v, you want to go first?
Okay, how they came to be, like in terms of me starting to use them?
Sure.
I actually was introduced to them by Scoops. I played him in a CCG like a month ago or so, and he actually beat my ass with boars. And I was so pissed off, and I was raging trying to get them nerfed, and I actually started using them myself. And so that's how I started using them. As far as why they're pretty good on Ocean's Floor, I think because the Arma kind of forces players to go under terrain. And boars are just excellent at digging and causing mayhem when they're, in close encounters with people. So I think the layout of the map and the arma of the map kind of play into boars' hand.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the nature of the map gen having different like cavernous spaces makes it feels like they're even more effective than Totem at clearing space.
Yeah.
And they're super high pressure. You get 2 of them. And I think that they're just like perfect for this type of map.
Okay.
And I don't know. It's interesting because they're definitely a double-edged sword type of minion, but I feel like on this map as well, it's pretty hard to kind of make those kinds of plays against boars because of the map gen. It feels like you don't really have opportunities to like trick them into jumping off the side or pulling them into other minions. It just feels like it's perfect for them.
They just do what they're supposed to do very consistently.
Yeah.
I got you. So another spell that I saw kind of peeping and creeping up a little bit, more than I would normally see on ladder, was Prickly Barrier. Not an unseen spell, not an unheard of spell, but definitely something that was getting a lot of play in these games, both offensively and defensively. I wasn't sure if, how do you guys feel? Do you think that spell is more emergent now because of the rise of popularity in boars? Or do you just think that it's like one of those spells that, was kind of sleeper the whole time that just got discovered? Talk to me a little bit about this spell and its rise to prominence in the metagame as well, because I think that Prickly Barrier proved to be an extremely powerful spell, but it's not particularly flashy, so it sometimes goes under the radar of like one of the more influential spells in people's books that I've seen popping up more and more.
So Prickly Barrier actually has kind of like the same dynamic to it that boars do, where maps that have like lower caverns and whatnot, snare like excels really well in those types of scenarios. And also there's this kind of like a synergy aspect between boars and snare. So when you have your boars that passively dig to your opponent and you get close enough that you could just drop a snare in there, and then while your boars dig to them the next turn, they just pair up very well.
The other thing to note that's very relevant is that the level 1 of snare is spear, which is extremely useful for deflighting and detowering and just like generally killing minions. So spells like snare, you have to realize that it's hardly a 2-spell commitment, and it's like a really, really strong zoning tool. And that's the other important part, because the Oceans map is all about contesting the most positionally important spot on the map. And if you have snare, it's really easy to do that. It's more effective at zoning than Storm Shield.
Pardon me for interrupting. I just want to clarify. When you say snare, you are talking about prickly barrier.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when you say spear, you're talking about verdant javelin. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Well, because you have to remember, there's like a lot of players watching, and they just may not know what you're talking about. So verdant
Yeah,
javelin,
so to clarify, I guess a little bit of background for maybe some new players watching. Um, Druidism, the Book of Druidism, used to be called the Book of the Wilds, and when they rethemed the book, some of the previous names were changed. So, for example, Prickly Barrier was known as Devil's Snare. Verdant Javelin was known as Spear, and
Something.
yeah,
I didn't even know.
some-
I literally
there was
didn't even
some-
know that.
yeah, there were some other ones. I think Harmony was known as Commune with Nature, and so on and so forth. Not all. Some of them didn't get kept in the book. Like boars were a new addition. They replaced wolves, and tigers replaced bears. But yeah, there was a retheme of that book. It was pretty recent, so a lot of the pre-Steam community still use the old terminology, especially because it kind of sounds nice. Like spear sounds a bit nicer than javelin in a lot of instances. At least for some people.
It's less of a mouthful for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Jav. We could start saying Jav or something, but snare. I'm gonna say snare.
I mean, that's cool. I mean, I'm a caster, so I have to call the spells by their full names every time. But I just want to make sure that we all were on the same page. But yeah, I definitely think that verdant javelin. I agree with what you were saying. How it's not really much of a commitment to take the spells. The spell is very good, especially on this map, which often ends up in situations where players don't have the option to approach each other because one of them gets forced to basically gate into a hole, and then it's just a build install type of game from there. And if you can take a couple of passing turns to build up the damage on that javelin, then it ends up being really, really good in the late game after the clams have destroyed all the terrain. So that was a popular spell that I saw being taken even before Prickly Barrier started getting taken alongside it. So I definitely can agree that you barely lose a spell slot if you even consider yourself losing a spell slot at all taking that. Gentlemen, once again, I would like to congratulate 1v on his victory here. Scoops, I'm definitely looking forward to hopefully seeing you in the main bracket as well in the tournament. Do either of you have any last words while I have you here on the interview? Scoops, you first.
1v, good luck in the finals. I bet you can take Union, but either way, I'm looking for it. It'll definitely be a match either way.
Oh,
And,
to clarify, the finals don't get played. If you get top 2, you qualify. You don't play your next game.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
This was the last game of the evening. Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
That's kind of good because it's midnight for me, and so like playing another game,
Damn.
especially someone like Union, like who, I was already making mistakes versus Scoops,
All right. Well, then in that case, my last thing is, Ink. I hope you're not debating me.
I'm not. I promise I'm not.
Ink is gonna sit there and count up the points, on like next Friday, and he's gonna be like, "God damn it, Scoops is 17th place, and now I have to like steal some points from somebody else because I promised him." And he's gonna feel bad about it for the rest of the year.
To be fair, I will probably have the points calculated before the morning. I intend to stay up
cool.
because I'm actually gonna be shoutcasting a Ocarina of Time randomizer match
cool.
at 6 a.m. So yeah, I'll be
That's
awake
super
and
cool.
do some do the points calculations then.
Damn. Well,
He'll let you
in the
know,
off-
Scoops.
if you wanted to link that in off topic, I might check it out.
Yeah, I can link you the stream that I'll be on. It's not mine. It's somebody else's, but
Yeah.
I'm filling in as a commentator.
Yeah.
That's
Well, thanks for
definitely
hosting,
gonna be
guys.
super cool. Of course. Thank you for
Yeah,
coming
it's-
through, Scoops.
You got-
1v, any last words before we sign off?
Yeah, good luck to everyone else tomorrow. Scoops, if you join it, good luck to you. I'm sure you'll qualify if you do participate in it. And yeah, good luck to everybody.
Very awesome. Once
Yeah,
again,
GGs.
congratulations, 1v. GGs to the both of you. You played a phenomenal tournament. And I think we're going to wind it down I'd like to give a big shout out and a thanks to Ink for both running the stream and putting together the whole tournament. He's been doing a phenomenal job as head tournament organizer and bringing forth some really, really awesome content for everybody watching and everybody playing in these tournaments. Also, another big shout outs to my co-caster tonight, Wise Old Man. His first time on the broadcast, brought a lot of amazing insight, and a lot of really highlighted moments. So thank you so much. I know it was very late for him because it's very late for me. And so some of these matches which ended up going a little slower in the beginning, were a bit of a stretch for us to get through to get all the way here to 2:30 at night for us.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
it was really, really a joy to cast these games. So once again, thank you so much to the Wise Old Man. And that's gonna be it for us. I think we're gonna sign off. So I
Yeah,
will catch you
thank
guys
you for
soon.
the players as well, dude. Like,
Yeah. Thanks for
Yeah,
the
thanks,
players.
Juan.
And of course, thanks for all you fans watching the matches. We really, really appreciate you guys hanging out here with us, enjoying the broadcast. So we'll be back soon. I will not be on broadcast tomorrow personally, because I'll be at work by the time you guys start. But who knows? I might be
Yes,
home to tag in for the
we
tail end.
yeah, to clarify, we're not 100% sure there's gonna be a broadcast tomorrow. We do have
Yeah.
one person for comms. Maybe if a second signs up, we could arrange something. But yeah, we'll see.
Got it.
If so, it'll be a last minute arrangement. But of course, like always, if you know are unaware already, there is a way to get tournament broadcast alerts in the main Discord. All you have to do is go to channels and roles, and it should be at the tournament broadcast notifications thing. If you turn on yes, you will get notified of all our broadcasts. But yeah, Pierce sort of took it away from me. I've already shouted out the today's host, myself, Ink, and today's commentators, Pierce and Wise Old Man. Thank you both for joining me. On that note, good night, everybody. Thank you all for tuning
good
in.
night and peace.
All right,
Take
good night,
care.
guys.
Take care, everybody. Have a great evening.
You too.